Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So, where is the chat is the question. Hmm. So, here we are. So, where is the chat? Where's the chat? Where's the chat? I wonder. Hmm. I'll just look it up. Hi there. So, let's see. I will just have to enable chat somehow. What do we do? Let's see. Hi, Stephen Sidar. Yeah, thanks. What a day. What a day. I'm trying to add the chat to the program I'm using. So I see. Perhaps I will. Let's see, let's see. Okay. I got it. Yeah. My favorite TARDIS, actually. It's yeah. I like this background a lot. I thought, which one should I take for today? So I thought, yeah, why not take the TARDIS? TARDIS is always good. And this one in particular is very good. Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, I will do the reading today, but a bit later probably. So I'll probably do 1 hour chat or whatever. Oh, Quarksbar, hey, hi. Yeah, we're at 1,000. Quite interesting. I did not think we would get to 1,000 before like October or whatever. But it suddenly happened because today, like, there were 100 more. Yeah, Steven, you should, if you watch it, you should start with if you are okay with bad effects, kinda, you should start with season one of from 2005, and if you like would like some more recent effects, start with season five. So all my friends who got into Doctor who I like pushed into Doctor Who, they all were like starting with season five because they watched the first episode from 2005, said it's rubbish. What are those effects? And then yeah, we watched season five onward together. It was quite great. So yeah, but the current seasons are not that good. I think I'm a bit sad about that, but I hope it's gonna get better now. Um, yeah, but what can you do? So, what shall we do today? What shall we do today? Um, what shall we do? I think we could watch some old videos. I think I'm. Oh yeah, so season one is, or is it series one? Yeah, I always confuse the words. Yeah, Quark, if you weren't able to go get into it in 2005, give it a try from season 5 onwards or series 5. Yeah, yeah, Steven, I don't know which one is which because I know there's series and season, and one is the one from 1963. You shouldn't watch that at first, though it's good, but yeah. Um, my favorite seasons are season 5 till season 10. Oh, hi, happy sugar wife. Yeah, no problem. It was quite a lot of fun, but I will do one every Thursday and perhaps other days because it was I had a lot of fun with it, and yeah, I'm sure I will do more of that, and also I will probably do more readings as well. It's a bit sad that I don't have that much time. Like I would love to do more reading and stuff, but unfortunately my timetable is very filled always. But yeah, and thanks for the congrats. I can't believe that I got there today because it was like when I was at work today, I looked at the account and I saw, okay, we're at 980 and it's rising interestingly quick. So yeah, now we're here. We're here at 1,000 after a year and 3 months, I think. So I started this channel, I think, in when did I start it? April, I think, April 2021, when I was a bit bored in Corona and wanted to do some fun stuff. And yeah, here we are now. So I don't know, it was quite a journey. And I did so many cool things here on the channel. So many great things I watched and so many great things I got into. It was a lot of stuff I got into through this channel because, you know, when I was when I was studying and at university and it was also cluttered, you know, I never had time for anything. You know, I couldn't watch fantasy or read or watch sci-fi or yeah, anime. I got some anime and I got some thrillers and I think, but you know, it's like was a hard time studying. Yeah, and then the PhD thesis time that was also harsh and hard. And yeah, then when I finished that, I finally got more free time, at least a bit. And I mean, I use this channel also a bit in the evening to cool off a bit of the hard work days. So it's actually quite cool. Yeah. Ah, what a nice thing. So let me just see. I think I will watch the first video I ever did because that's probably really, really cringe. So we're just gonna watch that. So let's see. I think so. If you're okay with that, um, you just have to endure it. You just have to endure it now. Let's see where we are. So, so. How can I get to my channel though? Ah, there. So can you sort them? Yeah, you can sort them. Great. So if you're ready. Wow, my first video even has 34 people watched it. And it's very cringe, I think. So let's just see. So if you want to see me without a suit, without my equipment, now is the time for you. Oh, I didn't even like it myself. Whatever. So hello and welcome. Okay, I will, yeah. So I think my English got better as well. So this is me. Time ago. That's so stupid. Oh my god, look at that. Yeah. So my camera was not that good, and yeah, I don't know. It was. Can you even see it? I don't even know if you can see it here. Yeah, you definitely part. Yeah, did you watch it? It's so terrible. It's so terrible. But it was fun. I think I recorded it twice even. I cheated a bit because the first time I just didn't get the sound mix right because that's very hard to do. Yeah, I have to see how I do this. So I think let me see if I can put this out. Can you see it now? My great face. A great face from 2021. Yeah, no problem, Quark. Enjoy your walk and have some fun there as well. Okay, now you see me. Still have the same glasses. So for you who don't know what I did, and I did a lot of this. So what my master plan for this channel once was some time ago, like way down, it was like I wanted to watch scary videos and I was analyzing them and reacting to them and trying to get scared. I don't know, because I'm a huge horror fan. If you know me, you might know that. And yeah, let's just watch this, and I will just pause and make some fun of myself. And yeah, I know the bow tie. I think it came in episode 2. We might. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the bow tie. I think it came in episode 2. We might watch episode 2 as well. But this one is really cringe, and my English is a lot worse than it's now. I mean, it's not perfect now, but this was you will hear a lot of Germanness here. So let's just start this.
Hello and welcome to my channel and this series.
So bad.
Will Multi be scared several times in this video? Yeah,
Video.
what's it all about? I'm gonna watch a scary video and let's see how many times I get scared. While I watch it, I will pretend as if everything is real. So I will react to it in that way, and afterwards I give my thoughts on what the video, what scared me in the video, what was done very well. If I think it was fake, perhaps. And
most of them are fake, by the way.
Because I really like horror stuff. I really like to see what makes things scary. So yeah, I'm gonna do that afterwards. So yeah. Then let's start with this video from Frostmare TV. Shoutouts to Frostmare TV. They do really great stuff. I've watched 1 or 2 videos. I stopped and because I wanted to react to them. And that's why I started this series. So thank you all for watching and enjoy.
So bad, isn't it? Like the quality is. Oh, I might let me push myself to the side a bit. Oh, oops! No, not that one. There I am. Okay. We just go. I just go here now. I'm now here. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I really like the idea though. I mean, because it's fun. Because I think most reaction channels that I saw, and I saw some, that like watched these stupid videos, and they were all like, "Oh my god, there's a ghost in the corner," and I was like, "No, there's no ghost in the corner." So I thought it would be fun to, because I really want to be transparent and tell you how it is and how I think it is. So my approach was to react to it and pretend that it's real. Yeah, might be just a phenomenon of discomfort. Yeah, might be that Steven Sedai, but I don't know. Yeah, the video quality is terrible, so I bought a new camera for this. I bought my green screen, and I got the microphone from my colleague, the podcast microphone I'm using currently, and then everything's a bit better. But yeah. Yeah, so why I did it this way, so what I always did is like I watched the video, pretended it was real, so you get this reaction, but then in the end I would just give you my honest opinion on whether I thought it was real or not. And I thought that was what was fun. So let's just see what scary videos
Okay,
see I
so
start again.
it's from Frostmare TV, and he's got good stuff. So let's.
Oh yeah, by the way, shoutouts to Frostmare TV. If you like this stuff like scary videos, I think he's one of the best channels. I think he even is German. At least he's German or Austrian, I think. So
see what he has for us today.
And I love the jingle. A haunted store, yeah.
Mario Lara, who is the owner of a convenience store in Mexico. He's not really a believer in the paranormal and states that before the following incident, he wasn't aware of anything unusual going on before. However, one night he got a notification from a security camera.
This one is very good, by the way. I like this one. In hindsight,
he received a still image, and he was very scared to say the least.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's the stupid A-bag. It's so stupid. I mean, look at that stupid thing. I mean, because I'm a genius, I'm in front of it, but there's this creepy witch thing. I don't know. I mean, it's obviously fake. It's obviously fake. But it's a fun picture. I hope we get to see it more. But I don't, yeah.
A sinister head is peeking out behind
That's not
items
sinister,
placed right
that's
next to the
incredibly
cash
creepy.
register. It gave Mario
That's not
nightmares
sinister.
that night. But there was another detail which was pretty interesting and which might have been connected to this incident. Right above the head, there were several piñatas, one of which was found on the floor the following day. It was a piñata with black hair that had only recently been added to the store, and Mario's close circle recommended him to look into this piñata, and he obliged. He kept this particular one isolated, conducted a cleansing, and had some professional ritual performed by a priest who tried his best to rid his piñata of any evil energies and attachments from the past. But still, some
I mean, that story is already stupid, you know? Oh, stupid piñata. It's so random. It's like, oh, I've got this shop. Let's just take a random object and make a horror story about it. I don't know. I don't like these kind of horror stories. I think they are unimaginative. I don't know. I don't know. Haunted stuff can be creepy, but, you know, it's like, yeah, just take a random object. Now it's haunted. Now you have to call a priest or whatever. I don't know. It's just not my style anymore. It wasn't back then, I think, but I was very open-minded then. As you see, I'm very concentrated here. Just want to get every single detail of this weirdo, but yeah.
something seemed to be off with that piñata doll. Mario started documenting several events that for him
So was it
were proof that something was
before
just
they did
wrong
the
with it.
rituals, or was it afterwards?
And the sound mix is
He
shit.
left it in the
When is
bathroom
this?
to show everybody that he thinks it moves by itself, or at least has a will on its own.
Yeah, and back then, yeah, that's true. It's not a doll. Though I have to really be honest, I don't really think dolls are that scary. I have not seen a scary doll. Yeah, I mean, why a piñata? It's so stupid. And then look at that stupid doll. It's like, yeah, my little daughter brought it home and now we just make it something. Because that's the best we have, we just use the stupid doll. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this. I mean, I've seen the Chucky movies. They were more fun, you know. They are terribly splattery, but they are fun. Though, yeah, haunted things. I don't know. I once wrote a horror story about a mirror that was haunted, so to speak. It's not really haunted if you know the backstory, but it appears to be haunted and haunted, whatever. Oh, hey, Elementary Gaming. Thanks for the congrats. Yeah, we're just watching my first video I've ever done, and you see me here in the corner being dressed like an idiot and not with style, so shame on me. And yeah, I'm very focused on this creepy piñata doll. So let's just continue a bit.
So probably
He
afterwards,
states
right?
that last time he kept it in the bathroom for a few minutes. He returned and found it lying on the floor without any person entering the bathroom. So he
What's
wondered,
so
could
stupid?
that happen once more?
Yeah, he probably used the wrong ritual there. If something happens.
That's me pretending. I did not think that. There's obviously someone behind the door. It's also so stupid. There's obviously someone standing here pushing it down all the time. I mean, it's so badly done. But I wanted to be fair. I wanted to, yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the face on the doll is very stupid. Yeah, it's very stupid.
Oh, really, really?
Let me just skip ahead a bit because it's really stupid.
This before.
I will just. And I think this doll stuff, it went on and on and on and on. It was so stupid. Look at that! Look at that stupid. Look at the stupid doll. It's so bad. It is so bad though. How, you know, I'm more impressed by myself with myself that I kept a straight face. I mean, look how focused I was. I was like, yeah, I have to pretend this is real. That's the thing I'm doing. It was the stupid doll. It was so bad. Yeah. Though this scene was very good. Yeah, it just fell down here. But there's the scene,
This is
so
still pretty unusual in his mind, so he leaves his camera in the washroom with the lights off, and he lights a candle, just to show to his friends that there actually is no foul play involved.
Yeah.
And this is what happens next.
Let's see.
yeah, so this setup was good though. So I thought there was gonna be from like here or wherever, I don't know, there would be like a very the ghoul would come in or something because they had the ghoul before. Yeah, the Chucky doll is very scary. Very scary. I don't think the Annabelle. Yeah, by the way, the original Annabelle doll is like this. I don't know if you know that. I don't know. You probably know Annabelle, don't you? So let me just, for a moment, I will just put it on screen, the original doll. It's really stupid. It's really stupid. Yeah, here it is. It's so freaking dumb. So dumb. It's worse than this, so yeah, whatever. Accept all cookies, whatever. Boop, 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 boop. Let's do it like this. Yeah. It's a bit effed up, but oh, there's some adverts, whatever. Yeah, so this is the original Annabelle doll. Can you imagine that? It's so stupid. Look at that thing. And that's what they made from this. It's so bad. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know, man. It's so it's a bit yeah, I mean you have to be you have to be a bit creative when you do these things with movies, you know, but I don't know. I don't know. Elementary. So yeah, I started my YouTube because there were like two reasons I started my YouTube for. Like one was quite selfish, and one was like very creative. So I'm at least in the time I did this, I was like at my peak of horror fandom, so to speak. So I loved horror so much. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I wanted to do some reactions to horror clips and wanted to like tell something about it. Like, what did I think about it? And as a scientist, what do I think about it? You know, because I don't know if you know this, but I'm a physicist. So, you know, get some science in there and say perhaps what is doctored or what is faked or what I think might be legit or whatever. And because I just love horror a lot. And I also am writing horror stories, and there's this guy who's reading them, and he's what a man, you know. I've worked with paid readers, so people that you have to pay, so they read your stuff, and then you can publish it. Like my supervisor in my university, he had that. It cost like $2,000 to like read 80 minutes. And this guy who reads my stories, he does it better than the guy that was paid $2,000. And he does a marvelous job. He's great, best reader I know. And he's doing it for free, you know. And I also wanted to like, if I got following a bit, I hope that people would listen to the stories as well, because I wanted to get them out there. You know, that was that was what I originally wanted. So I wanted to do some horror analysis. I wanted to do like get some horror stuff out, and Yeah, so I plan on listening to one of the stories today. So if you like, if we're done with this, because I go down, I want to do something of all the things I've done, like Dune, like Wheel of Time, like Tower of God, perhaps. And I plan on doing a bit of everything. So I thought we might listen to a story of mine if you are okay with that after this one. That would be, yeah. Yeah, in the solar engine reaction, I was very comfortable. I was already like in the groove. I think I got a bit more loosened up still, because now I don't care to talk to a camera. I'm just sitting in a room currently. My cat's running around, and yeah. But space horror, what space horror did I do? Do you mean the Kurzgesagt videos, or do you mean like the did I play a space horror game? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah. But yeah, let's just go back to the doll for a moment. Yeah, and oh, I forgot the sound, my bad.
That sounded normal, though. So nothing pulled it down.
I mean, I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt.
Is it gonna come? That thingy?
Andy
No,
forwarded
okay.
me this video, which features a man from South America taking a shortcut home through a not further described area of a forest close to his hometown. His dashcam recorded the following.
It's also so stupid. Though that would freak me out, by the way. That would freak me out. That's one of my worst nightmares, Onryos. Onryos are very bad stuff. Hate them. When I was 12 or so, I watched The Grudge by accident. I didn't want to. Just watched it by accident, and I'm traumatized by that stupid movie, and now I hate Onryos. But yeah, this is obviously fake as well.
And Onryo. Oh god, I hate those.
Look at it.
I hope he doesn't. Don't run. Oh, okay. Yeah, you should really try to run it over, man.
He should, though. He should really try to run it over.
Guest on the road.
The following
Let's
is a
see.
capture that was sent to me by Stephanie, and she found it on the paranormal section of Reddit. It was captured during a nightly drive home by a father who was technically alone on the roads and just bonding with his teenage son.
Yeah,
This little
elementary.
house
Me
was a
too.
stretch of
Me
woods,
too.
which was absolutely desolated at the time. The father decided to take a quick photo of his son and had to realize that it wasn't all so desolated as it seemed at first.
What is that? Look at that stupid thing here. Here, look at it.
There is a person peeking in
uh,
through the window, which is
Oh, I
bone
see.
chilling if you think about the
Looks
fact
like
that the
ventriloquist
car was
or-
driving.
Yeah, I mean,
No doubt that there was a
but I'm sorry. Yes, you should run it over. If it's. That's it with ghosts. If you can't run them over, they will not do anything to you because they're, traversable, whatever you say. And if you can run it over, it's fine for you. Good.
person standing there, possibly an elderly female, maybe her spirit.
I know it looks
But
like
how
a
is that possible?
ventriloquist.
Yeah,
Exposure
it's
to
probably
the
not a
option
real woman,
since
though.
captured
I mean, yeah,
as
it
well.
is, but
What do you
The first
suggest?
one was really
Was it
nasty.
maybe her spirit?
but to be fair, if they dress like that, like in a white gown with dark hair down, I mean, what are they doing? They are provoking stuff.
How creepy.
The color of that thing.
In the following days, Mario uploaded several images that show black strands of hair that were found in the store in all
Ah,
kinds of
okay.
different places. And
Ah, it's the store
quite frankly,
again.
this was
Let me
freaking
skip
him
a
out
bit.
even more.
Where is it?
Yeah. It's gonna come up somewhere. That stupid thing.
Where is it?
I think
It's
it's here. I
oh,
think.
oh,
Is it here
no.
or is it here?
turn around. Or is it there? It's on the bottom right? No.
I was very anxious because if I'm immersed, I get really jumpy. By the way. Where is it? It's
Where
gonna
is it?
slowly come up. I don't know where it is. I think it's here or here.
Where is that thing? Don't jump the camera, please.
I was very anxious. Ah, there it is.
Ooh. Oh. Ah, is that a ghoul?
And I tried to classify it immediately. Scientist? The ghoul? Hmm?
Don't jump the camera. Okay, it's gone.
Yeah, I did a lot of astronomy videos, Quarks. I loved doing them, though the problem is I have the feeling that I did everything I could be of help with, so to speak, you know, because my main area of at least the, what do you say, the hard physics I did or do is like quantum gravity. And I know a bit about quantum physics, I know a bit about astrophysics. And some of my colleagues are astrophysicists, and they could help me out if I had questions. So I knew some stuff. So I watched and reacted to the videos where I thought I could perhaps explain some more stuff, or perhaps point at stuff that might not be that transparently done in the video, you know. But I had the feeling in the end that I did most of the stuff I could really give an opinion on, where it would be like something that was of value to people, you know. And I didn't want to just react videos for the sake of it, because that's not what I want, you know. I want my videos to give something to what I do, you know. Like I don't like reaction videos where you just go oh, you know. I want to give something of myself with my videos as well, always. That's why I always do discussions and stuff after things. So yeah. So that's why I don't do the space stuff currently. But yeah, some of the stuff in space is horror stuff. But yeah, yeah, the video is probably not that bad, though it was very niche. You know, no one watched it. Like today I watched, I looked at some of my old videos, and some of them had like 5 clicks or so, and was it was a hard time. Oh, engineers, scientists. That's a very, very good question. Wow, yeah. I would have to think about that probably a bit more to give you a good answer, but my first hunch is, yeah, probably a bit. Because you could imagine it like that. A social scientist and an engineer are like at the same level of scientistiness. You know what I mean? That's probably the best thing I can say to that. You know, because in normal science you do like experiments, you collect the data, then you like try to find patterns in the data and extrapolate it and stuff. And then you try it against another thing, and then you try to create a hypothesis and a law and a theory and to describe more stuff. And in engineering, you just try to heuristically, like you approach step by step. You take a problem and you put stuff you know into the problem to create more stuff. So that is very scientifically, because there's this myth, and I don't know if you know that myth, or if you think that myth is true or whatever, I don't know. There are many people who think that scientists are very by the book, and they are not. They are not by the book. Like most people, they stumble upon stuff, and like if you go back to the 1910s or so, like Niels Bohr, he like the guy who invented basically quantum mechanics. Niels Bohr was like more an engineer than a physicist, I would say. Like the models he did he was doing an engineer's approach more than he did a physics approach. So yeah, I think you could say if you're an engineer, yeah, it has a lot of scientific stuff inside. You know, the thing is, scientist, what is that? I mean, I would say, yeah, in big parts, engineers are scientists. Yes, I would say so. Very, very cool that you're a mech engineer. That's very cool. It's probably a lot of fun, I hope, at least. It sounds a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah, and in engineering, you have to be very, very creative and, apply stuff to solve things. I would imagine, I don't really know a lot of engineers, but in physics, I think, at least, you do it like similarly. Yeah, like, let me say you want to understand some alloy or whatever, or you want to understand what you can do to a metal to make it more conductive or whatever, and then you just put stuff on and you hope that it works. It's a bit perhaps a bit broad. I don't want to be diminishing all that stuff people do, but because this sounds a bit stupid, but that's basically what they do. But that's hard work. You have to really be sure that it's only the things that you change that are very changed. Like you can't go into a room with another temperature. You can't go into a room with too much different aridity or whatever you say. You have to be very certain that the things you change are only the things you like. No, that's stupid. I'm having a bit of a trouble expressing that. You have to make sure that only the things you want to change. That's it. That's the problem. That's why it's so much hard work. And you have to be creative, but yeah. So let's, rambling over, let's see what other ghoulish ghouls we have today.
Still hear it, so please no jump scare, please. Okay.
Yeah, there's our friend again. I think it's ghoul. I mean, it's fake, but it's a ghoul.
What did you do there? Why?
The terrifying demon appears behind some of the store inventory, slowly looking at the camera and making really creepy noises.
God.
It was a good video, though.
In front of the camera, I hate that really.
If that doesn't give you
Really a lot.
nightmares.
And to be fair, all they did, like the pinata stuff was part of this video. I think they cut it weirdly. So I think that was nicely done, It was creative.
What else?
Something
But
like
even
that.
worse is the fact
What is
that Maya
coming on
can
here?
check this store now because
Oh yeah, the stupid dolls. Okay, we will just skip the doll because I don't like the doll. Yeah, I think that was it. Okay, but let's see what I do in the end. I want to see what I do in the end. I think I've got an infinite corridor here. There it is. Because I didn't know how to switch
So-
things.
It was quite good. I really liked the demon thingy. Had a nice story.
Yeah, I don't think that's a demon. That looks like a ghoul, though, doesn't it? Ghoul would just live there. Like, it might even be friendly. It just looks ugly. Sorry, ghoul. But why not let it live there? If it's like, perhaps it pays rent one day. Perhaps, like, one day you find some lottery tickets that are surprisingly wins because it wants to pay you. Would be great.
Story to it. At first I thought the door was a bit weak, but it was quite nice because I really like the thought of things like causing supernatural stuff or whatever you want to call it to happen, such as the doll, because the creature really looked a bit like a doll. So might have been that the doll, I don't know, changed somehow so that this thing got attached to it, or perhaps it was a bad memory of the doll that latched onto there. And I really like the thought of things latching onto objects. I think that's really scary, that they fester there and that they grow and scary stuff happens, and I really like that. That's something I really like.
Yeah, it's really something I really like. It's very cool. Yeah, I do that in my horror universe. That's a thing. So that's a thing, a law that can happen. That there are like that very terrible thoughts can like leave minds and grow on their own and become weird things that are scary. broadly speaking. I like that. I really do. Though it's probably not what they meant in this video. In this video, they probably just meant, okay, there's a ghoul, there's also a scary doll. That's just what it is, guys. So let's have some scary fun.
Was quite scary when he went into the room. And
yeah, perhaps it wanted to be seen, the ghoul. Perhaps I mean, it looked at the camera, perhaps it just wanted to be seen.
yeah, it was quite nice. The other ones I didn't like that much. I mean, the boy with the blanket, I don't know, was it a blanket? It wasn't scary. And the woman on the road, I mean, there was just a woman standing there and he could have just run her over. But obviously he didn't, because he probably thought it was a real person. Even, I mean, that could be quite scary as well, because if there's a mentally deranged person standing there, it's probably better to get away, because you don't want to hurt them, of course. So better go away. But if it would have been a ghost, a spirit, a grudge or something like that, I really hate the grudge, you should have tried to run it over. It wouldn't have mattered probably, but yeah. And then the one with the ventriloquist doll, it was quite nice. It was a little short, so it was just like a scary picture, and then yeah. But it was from Reddit, so I think they are shorter there. So yeah, it was a fun video. So was I scared? A bit when he went into the store, and when he examined the door. Not examined, when he had the camera on.
Yeah, it looked like a Halloween costume. Yeah, I agree.
Rumbling.
I agree.
Would have been very scary if this thing would slowly get into the camera's field of view, and then it would be quite scary. But it was just someone rustling, and I mean, that's seemed pretty fake, to be honest, because I mean, you didn't see around the corner when you went into the room, so someone could have been standing there, and you heard someone rustling around, so it could have been someone. And yeah, but all in all, was quite a nice video. So yeah, I think I was multi-scared. So yeah, achieved. Good video. Thanks, Frostmate TV. You made a good one. Thank you. So see you all next time.
Okay, so that was my first video. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah. Oh man, that brings me back. Was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. So yeah. That was something. Oh, my scary experience. Yeah, the ghoul was very nicely done. That was probably a great Halloween mask. I loved it. I had 2 scary experiences. One I will not tell you because that will be a horror story. I finished it. I will just polish it up a bit. It'll probably be out in a month or so. And the other one was that I once. I mean, I wasn't a scientist back then. But I saw an orb once in my room. You know, these orbs, like ghost orbs, whatever they are. I don't know. And so I woke up one night and I saw it floating there in the next to my TV, and I thought I dreamt that. And on the next day when I woke up, my sister said, "Yeah, I saw an orb this night," and that was very creepy. I mean, it didn't do anything, wasn't like unfriendly or whatever. It was just weird, and that is probably one. This is one of the 2 possibly supernatural whatever things. And the other thing was something I'm gonna publish a story about. Yeah. Yeah, without the bow tie, something was definitely missing. Yeah. Yeah, I had another bow tie back then. Let me see. It's still here. Although it's broken, unfortunately, though. So I only have this one. So yeah. Too bad. Yeah, that was my first one. So what should we do now? I will just go to my channel and see what was. Let me see. So, can we see some stuff? No. I'm just gonna do it like this. Yeah, there's a color filter here. That's because of copyright. Yeah, rest in peace, Bowtie #1. Oh, it was so sad. So sad. Yeah. So I did a lot of multi-scared, yeah. So yeah, I did a playthrough of one game and I got shocked so badly. So badly. It was so bad. And I also did this stupid YouTube thing where you put your face that is on the cover. Though I don't do that anymore. I don't like that. I know it's weird. I put the ghosts, you know? So I think if people know me, they know I use the ghosts as my sign. So the ghost is obviously bow tie and scared. Yeah. Yeah, this was very fun. So if you are interested in this playthrough, I got scared a lot here. That was very fun. Um, let me see. Oh yeah, and then I for a time, but we will not watch that. So I did these stupid things. So I did a try not to react challenge. So I watched either a very scary or very funny video, and I did not want to react. But yeah, I failed most of the time. um, hmm. I did that a long time. So many of those. So many of those. Yeah, the Eternals trailer. I reacted to that. Didn't watch the movie though. I did not watch any Marvel movie. I think. I watched Iron Man 1 back in the day, but. Oh yeah, there it is. There's my first author's commentary. Yeah, so every time, and I don't do that currently because I just don't have the time. It's so bad. I hate that. But I did author's commentary every time that my stories were read. So where's the other one? Is there another one? Don't know. Oh, I have to check that out. This was a fun game. I played that. That was very scary, but very well done. I might check that out. But where is the? I don't know. There should be. Oh yeah, this one. Oh yeah, there it is. This is this one. We might, if you want to, we could listen to this story. If you want to. This is my first horror story I ever wrote. I was like 18, 17. I wrote this one. Yeah, we. I think I will just put it on, and if you're bored by it, it's okay. I will just look it up. Oh yeah, and I will advertise for the channel of the guy who reads my stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alien Abduction Horror is unfortunately very rare. And the game I played, it was just a demo, and a very, very good friend of mine, my first subscriber and great friend of mine, and he is very traumatized because he might have had encounters, and he's very afraid of that. And but he told me, if you play it, I can watch this. Please play it. So I played it for him, and it was a very great demo. It was very great. I would play the whole game if it's out. So yeah. So my story, let's see. Yeah, so if you are interested in the stories, by the way, so yeah, I know. I know. But it's I can't film Crunchyroll, unfortunately, because it has blocking in it, Yeah, it is a really. It seems to be a very great, great game. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So if you want to check out my stories on my channel, there's this playlist, the Ebro Reports, which is my horror universe, and there are these little stories, and there are supposed findings of real reports, and I took great care to make them realistic and look up the data and stuff. So they are all single stories, but they have an underlying narrative as well, but people have not found it yet. If you want, you might find it, but yeah. So the first one is why I quit being a psychologist.
I can no longer cope.
So I will just... And please like this guy's video. He's doing a great job. He does this for free. And I hope he doesn't mind me doing this here on my channel. He's a great guy, very kind person. Yeah, so we'll just perhaps start this, and before we do, I have to get some new water and take care of my cats a bit for a minute, so I will be back in a minute. Okay, and we're back. Okay, so let's perhaps listen to the story, and perhaps as a background to these. So they are normally I write them in German because obviously I'm better in writing German than English. So I write these in German and I translate them. And sometimes there are, like, I use some software and then I polish it up, the little things that are not working. But obviously there will be some grammatic errors or so. So hope you don't mind those. But without further ado, let's just read the story. And I'm gonna make myself more huge. And let's just start it.
I can no longer cope with this horror that weighs on my mind any longer, even if I have to break doctors' confidentiality. If this object were to fall into someone's hands, I'm not able to picture the consequences. You have to know. The world has to be warned. It has to. I've been a psychologist at a German psychiatric hospital for several years. My area of expertise are cases of phobias that are rare or even completely unheard of. During my times of work, I often deal with the most obscure phenomena of the human mind and tried to help my patients as best I could. I already encountered cases of spectrophobia, the fear of reflections, before the 12th of June in 1978. but there had never been any complications. In most of these cases, I could deal with the phobia rather quickly, and although my patients would probably never get over their fears completely, surely their suffering was reduced through my help. Because of this, it seemed nothing special at first, when Miharu Hamano was sent to me, suffering from said strange phobia. Miharu Hamano was a 19-year-old Japanese girl of fragile stature and long black hair flowing down from her shoulders, which she seemed to take a lot of care of. Her face was graceful, and she had small, petite lips that gave her a young look. But even at our first meeting, there was a strange shadow in her eyes, an underlying fear, making her face seem distant and alien. Her outward appearance was, however, not unusual enough to make me worry, and I had observed the strange darkness in her eyes in several patients before her who had walked through life with deep fears. This is why Miharu's case did not appear to me as being remarkable or out of the ordinary. When I met Miharu for the first time on July 12th, she was accompanied by her mother. The good woman seemed a bit upset, but no serious worry could be read in her face. I led her out of my counseling room, because a conversation just between me and Miharu seemed the wisest, and the presence of her mother might have obscured the young woman's recovery. This didn't seem to worry Miharu. She appeared to be a bit ashamed, and was even somewhat relieved to be able to speak with me alone about her worries. It had been her own decision to come to me as an expert, and she seems to hope for a quick and easy recovery through weekly consultation hours. After a short greeting, she sat down on a comfortable leather armchair, which was placed next to my office chair, her arms dangling useless at her sides. "Please, tell me, what exactly is worrying you? Why did you decide to come visit me? And how do you expect me to help you?"
Well, since lately I've gotten this fear of my own reflections, it's hard to describe. Every time I see my mirror image somewhere, I get this strange feeling, as if something alien is staring at me, something from beyond the mirror. I know, of course, that it's completely ungrounded. I'm not superstitious, after all, but nonetheless.
Miharu was nervously moving her hands around.
I just hoped that you could help me get rid of this feeling, I guess. It was never this strong, but recently.
She stopped and gulped nervously. "What exactly happened? What changed? What do you want me to help you get a grip on?" I tried to dig deeper.
Well, I should probably tell you about the events that made me visit you. I came to Germany as a very young girl, 2 years old, to be precise. And that is why I always felt home in this country. But my parents and grandparents, who also moved here, are still thinking back to Kanazawa, a small town near Tokyo. They are extremely superstitious, and my grandmother often spoke of the myths and tales of Japanese culture. I loved listening to most of them, but one scared me somehow. This tale about a girl with her dying mother gifts a mirror, and in times of hardship and need, she can still see her after the woman died. It is a comforting tale, but something about it felt creepy. I often thought of the tale when I was young, but I must have forgotten it with the passing of time, until my friends and I discovered a strange mirror on the side of the road last week. We were on our way back home from our last exams at school and passed a small shrubbery wherein something twinkled. One of my friends reached down into the bushes and pulled out a hand mirror. It was made from a mysterious dark material, almost coral-like, and shimmered in the light of the midday sun. The mirror was not very large, about as big as my hand, but the thing seemed to possess something menacing. I remembered the Japanese tale and what had crept through my soul every time I had thought about it. It was not the story itself, but something different, I think. When I took the mirror and looked into it, I held it in front of my face, saw the street behind me. Nothing special. But then, suddenly, I saw this thing behind me. This.
She stopped and started shaking, while gazing at the ground, ashamed. It took some time until she calmed down and was able to look up again. Her eyes were cloudy and distant. Please, tell me what you think you saw. This is important. I suspect something has been occupying your thoughts for a long time now. Miharu resumed her story reluctantly.
A skinny, shadowy entity. I barely could make out its outline, but that was enough. I'll never forget feeling its gaze. I did not see its eyes, but they were there, staring at me. I must have collapsed, screaming.
I thought about her words. It was likely some childhood memory manifesting itself, a violent experience, or some kind of shock. Sometimes another child jumping out from behind a corner for a scare, or another similarly menial thing was enough to trigger these thoughts. I already cured people suffering from those problems. Listen carefully. What you just told me surely must have been terrifying for you, but its origins should be quite innocuous. I think that you are probably trying to cope with some repressed memories. If people see things in the mirror that are not supposed to be there, it is likely an attempt at communication of their subconscious. In many cases, the mirror is seen as some kind of gateway. If you want to, I can offer you some other methods to try lessening your fears besides conversing. Confrontational therapy is a possibility. Another method would be getting to the cause of your fear through hypnosis. You have to decide for yourself what suits you best. If the situation is getting worse than just being uncomfortable, or if something else, like the encounter with the black mirror that you described, happens, you should not wait to make an extra appointment. While we're at it, do you still have the mirror? I would like to take a look at it. She hesitated.
I guess it broke when I had my anxiety attack. At least, I hope so. Thank you very much. I will be back next week.
The young woman slowly got up and led her to the door. Her mother was still waiting outside, and they hurriedly left. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened, and her problems promised to not be very severe. But I was sure that their repressed memories were easy to uncover. If I had only known back then. The next.
Yeah, so that was the first part. Let's just for a moment stop there. Yeah, so perhaps some background information. So there is really this story of in Japanese culture. I think that there is like a woman that has a daughter, and she gives her a mirror and says, "Yeah, if I die, you can see me there," like for comfort. But obviously, that's not gonna happen here. Yeah, so when I wrote this, actually some of my friends were psychology students, and they really loved it because they said that that is exactly what they did back then, and they were very yeah, I see, Happy Sugar Waifu. Yeah. I'm glad you like the story. I try my best to make it as realistic as possible all the times, and I'm glad that I caught this psychologist. I think I did though a mistranslation though. In the original, it's a psychiatrist, and that's what he should be. So it's not a psychologist, because a psychologist would not work where he works. So he works at a mental asylum, I think, and that's in Germany what psychiatrists do. So that's a translation error on my part. But so yeah. Anything else to add here? Now, I will tell you the rest when we're some things when we're finished. But this is the setup. The girl tells about fear of mirrors, found a weird mirror, saw a shape, got very afraid, and it triggered her fear. Nothing out of the ordinary, of course. Just some repressed memories, guys and girls. Yeah, nothing special. So let's see where it goes. The next day.
Next consolation hour arrived rather quickly.
Or the next week.
On the 19th of July, 1978, Miharu arrived on time for her appointment. As her mother led her into the room, it became apparent that something was not right. The eyes of the poor girl looked tired, and her skin was pale.
Doctor, you have to do something. Miharu isn't herself anymore.
Miharu's mother pleaded. I asked her to leave the room, and shortly after, Miharu and I were alone again. She sat down on the armchair, and I noticed her hands shaking violently. What happened? I asked.
It got worse. Well, I guess you can see that. I can't explain it myself. Every time I get close to a mirror, my fear makes me dizzy. I'm afraid to see something in there, something that watches me, that hungers for me. It's terrible. I just can't cope with it anymore. When I went to school, I couldn't even go to the bathroom because it had a giant mirror on the wall. I can't stand it anymore. Do something.
She was beside herself and got louder, starting to panic. Please, calm down. You are safe here. Completely. You, didn't see anything else? I'm sorry. I have to ask. Did you?
No,
She said, hesitantly.
no, nothing. I'm just afraid to see something. Afraid of it coming back. It's just horrifying.
Would you look into a mirror, now, to see whether there is something in it? We could do it together if you want to. This was, of course, a suggestion that Miharu would probably not touch upon, but I had made sure that she was aware of that possibility. I am with you. Nothing will happen to you. I promise.
All right. If we can do it together.
Miharu slowly said. I found her taking this step so early quite remarkable. I slowly took a hand mirror out of a drawer and placed it face down on my knees. She got up and walked to my side. Are you ready? I asked.
Yes.
She tearfully said, but soon got a grip on herself. I began turning the mirror, gradually. We saw our mirror images, but nothing else. Miharu went back to her armchair again, and I noticed her shaking fading away. She began to relax. The mirror went back into the drawer, and I looked at her. There was nothing, was there?
No, of course not. It was stupid of me. Silly thoughts.
They were in no way silly thoughts. It was just this silhouette you believed you had seen. That upset you this badly. Because of it, you started to build up fear of confrontation. It will take some time, but your phobia will fade away. At least you'll be able to visit the bathroom again. Miharu started laughing.
Yes. Thank you very much. I certainly will be. But is it possible to try hypnotherapy next week? I want to know what exactly I got so worked up over. I have hallucinated something, after all.
I looked at the time. We could also do that right now. After all, only 10 minutes of our session has passed. If you want to.
Yes, of course. I want to leave it behind me. It's been enough. Who knows? This fear might come back someday. I don't have the nerves for that happening.
And so, I hypnotized her. It was admirable how hard she fought against her anxiety, and I had high hopes for a quick recovery of hers. She sat there, eyes closed, relaxing her limbs. I asked her to go back to the day she and her friends had found the black mirror. It seems to put some strain on her, but finally she made it.
I'm standing next to the road, together with my friends. We take our time walking home. Leah suddenly stops. She had seen something in the bushes, twinkling. She reaches down and grabs it. It's a mirror. I'm afraid.
Afraid of what? The tail? You don't have to be. You are safe. Understood?
Yes, yes, I am safe. But I've got this feeling of discomfort. I think it is because the mirror is so weirdly black. It seems evil. I fear seeing a ghost, an evil ghost, something monstrous from the beyond or another horrifying place. What if something is inside the mirror? I don't want to look.
There is nothing inside. You are just imagining things. Ghosts don't exist. You are completely safe. Don't be afraid. Miharu's face muscles tensed, and she appeared to be under a lot of stress.
I look into the mirror. The road is behind me. Cars are passing by. Beyond the road, there is a field. There it is. The silhouette. No.
She grew even more tense, and her breathing got heavy. I leaned forward and tried to calm her down. Everything is all right. It can't harm you. It is just a memory. But which one? Which memory are you hiding? Please describe the silhouette. It will relax you. Trust me. Everything is going to be all right. If Miharu managed to see whose silhouette she had seen, we would know what caused her fears. Then my treatment would have reached its goal. Perhaps her father, a childhood friend, someone she knew. Who would it be?
It's big, tall, unnatural. About 3 meters, but skinny. Skinny, incredibly skinny. And its long neck, almost as long as my arms. What is that? I know it noticed me. No.
I hesitated. What was happening? Her seeing such a distorted figure was highly irregular. I almost wanted to wake her up when she suddenly relaxed.
It turns away, despite having noticed me. It doesn't care about me. It slowly fades away, shortly, before I drop the mirror.
I hurriedly woke her up. Miharu appeared to be relieved. She asked about my findings. I'm not entirely sure, but the silhouette might have been a symbol of some worry. It looks like this worry has already vanished. You said the entity you saw didn't care about you. We can safely assume that no further extreme happenings are to take place. If something does happen, you are welcome to visit me again, but I think you should try to cope alone for the time being. Miharu laughed thankfully, and her mother was also happy about the quick recovery. I had some doubts, because I never experienced something being cured this fast, but I assumed the phobia hadn't been that severe to begin with. I did not know what the silhouette had symbolized, but it seems to have been something unimportant for the moment. I expected to never see Miharu again at the hospital, but I would be proven wrong in a gruesome and terrible way.
So that was part 2 of why I quit being a psychologist, or rather psychiatrist. Yeah. Yeah. I just love the way he reads it. It's so good, you know? It's so good. Yeah, the psychiatrist probably never watched Candyman. Yeah, I agree. Though they didn't really taunt mirror entities as well. You know, it's like it's just some mirror entity. Yeah, and the good thing about it being addicting is everything can be like, because I'm a scientist, there's a scientific or sci-fi perhaps explanation for everything. Yeah, I'm happy with my book. I mean, it was a lot of fun writing it. It was I don't know. It was very freeing somehow, you know, because I always love to write, to read and watch horror, and for me horror was never scary enough. So every time I write a horror story, I set myself the challenge to scare myself with it. Or to bring ideas that scare me into it, so that not the story itself scares me, but what I would think about it longer, it would scare me. Yeah. And by the way, as well, so everything's planned through, so to speak. It's just little tidbits of a whole greater narrative, a very big narrative, so to speak, that's between the lines. But yeah, here we just have a little girl that saw a strange shape in a mirror. Yeah, perhaps I engineered it to be addicting. Perhaps I'm also an engineer and not the physicist. So, okay, so now we go to the final part of the story. And yeah, so let's see what happens now.
On the night between the 23rd and 24th of July, I got a call from the hospital. One of my patients had gone mad. The patient was Miharu. I immediately drove to the clinic, completely aghast. A colleague of mine showed me to one of the older rooms inside the basement. I found Miharu sitting on a chair, wearing a white straitjacket. After I closed the door behind me and sat down at a table opposite of her, shivers ran down my spine. Miharu apparently did not manage to harm herself in any way, but her face looked like a mask. She crazily peered into my eyes and had a wide, surreal grin on her face. A strange, biting stench made my eyes tear up. However, I was not able to make out its source. Miharu turned up her nose and cheerfully asked about my well-being. "What happened? What did you do?" I wanted to know, ignoring her question. Miharu started laughing, joyously, coldly.
Do you really want to know?
"Yes. Why else would I be here? What happened?"
I was at home. All was well. So well. No worries, no fear of mirrors. Everything was magnificent. Magnificent. Until it was there. There, this hideous thing.
Miharu was whispering. "The silhouette?" I asked. Miharu laughed again.
The silhouette? No, the mirror. The black hand mirror. It was lying on the sink in the bathroom. Just on the sink. How did it get there? How on earth did it get there? I don't know. I have no clue. But it was there. Just there.
She laughed even louder, hysterically, then suddenly stopped.
Thanks, Quark.
She looked at me, her eyes feeling unnaturally huge, almost trying to suck me in.
A friend of mine must have placed it there. Who else? It didn't break, no, but it doesn't matter. I threw it away.
She started humming, quietly, but kept staring into my eyes. Another shiver went down my spine when I noticed that she didn't even blink anymore. "And it came back?" I asked.
No, of course not, you idiot. Mirrors can't walk. No, it stayed away. Everything was well. I washed my hands, wanted to leave, but then...
She leaned forward even more.
The lights went out. Probably some malfunction in the power grid. Surely not bad. No. The lights went back on, and then...
She stopped and pierced me with her gaze. The silence was unbearable. I had never before seen someone this delusional. Suddenly, she started screaming.
It was in the mirror, directly in front of me. It was there, this face, this repulsing, blasphemous face. It looked at me, a grimace from beyond this world. Evil, ugly, disgusting. It started and started so close. I could see it, so close. I ran out to the bathroom and into the living room to my parents, feeling a panic like never before. They tried to calm me down, but it didn't work. I knew it was still there. On the television screen, on the pendulum or the wall clock, everywhere. It gazed into my soul, this grotesque face of scum. I had to cut out my eyes. I didn't want to see it anymore, but my parents held me back. They held me back and I fainted. But now, here, having had time to think it through, I understood. I understood, Doctor.
She got quiet again, but saliva started dripping out of her open mouth. What? What did you understand? I wanted to know. She gazed at me, seriously, without a shred of humanity showing in her eyes or on her face.
It was my own face. I looked like that. Look at me. Just look at me. Just my own face. How stupid of me.
Her eyes opened even further, giving me a feeling of incredible uneasiness. What must have happened to make her hallucinate such horrors? It had to be a dark memory. Perhaps she was mocked with something as a child. Something happened to you long ago. We can find out what it is together. You do not have to believe such things.
Doctor, are you blind? Perhaps you can feel it. Come. Come closer. Please. Come closer.
With those words, Miharu stood up. She couldn't walk because her feet were chained to the chair that was screwed tightly into the ground. This was my opportunity to convince her. I began stepping in her direction, slowly, until a mere 30 centimeters of distance was left between us. Her eyes were two gates, trying to swallow me whole. Her mouth just a small line, and her face gray as ash. Her hair was ruffled, but everything was normal. I could reassure her. There is nothing, Miharu. Nothing. You just look tired. Very tired.
Touch it. Feel it. This unmistakable mass. Lump. Go on.
I have to admit that I was afraid of touching her. What if I really felt something? Something that wasn't her face? No, I couldn't act that stuporous. I began raising my hand towards her features. I stopped and hesitated, but finally got a grip on myself and touched it. It was soft and completely normal. It took a giant load off my mind, and I cursed myself. What did I expect? Her stories must have been a bit too strange. Nothing wrong. All is well. You do not have to be afraid anymore. Despair crept into Miharu's eyes. It appeared that she finally got to her senses.
No, no. It is this grotesque face. Believe me. Are you blind?
She started crying. I felt sorry for her, especially because I did not know how long she had to stay here. As I started to leave, the lights flickered and died out. A scared jolt ran through Miharu's body, and she staggered forward, hitting me in the rush. We crashed onto the hard floor, her head smacking into my stomach, and I let out a painful gasp. Suddenly, an unbelievably bad stench got into my nose. It came from Miharu. I could not see anything, though part of me didn't want to anyway. Closing my eyes, I tried to relax. I noticed the lights turning back on, but my eyes stayed shut. Then I heard it. Only centimeters away from my ears, something was panting, gargling. A distorted voice.
Doctor, Doctor. I think you also might be able to see it now. I think you also might be able to see it.
In shock, I reached for her face. Instead of smooth skin, I felt a slimy, gristly surface. The terror almost made me lose my mind. This couldn't possibly be happening. Then, I opened my eyes. Never will I forget what I saw, and never again will I be able to spend a minute in peace after this atrocity. It was a grimace lying on my stomach, having once been the face of a beautiful girl. The eyes were giant, round and squidgy, stood out and twitched around madly. Her hair was black and disheveled, sprouting in all directions, the skin strangely blue, and her nose unsettlingly normal. The jaw, however, had mainly gone back into the skull, so the creature had a huge overbite, and the mouth was twisted and turned, almost like a mirror image of a pond that got distorted by waves. Her eyes were fixated on me in a gruesome way, and her hand clung to my ankle, strangely having been freed of the straitjacket. I do not remember how I got loose and ran away, while she followed me with her eyeballs. I understand that no one will probably ever believe me, that all of it sounds like me hallucinating, but it was reality. The following night, Miharu vanished from her guarded, locked room. No one knew where she went, and no one ever saw her again. There also never was another person who saw this gruesome, no, her true face. I was notified about her asking for a black hand mirror that had been found in her bedroom shortly before I came to visit her. Where the accursed object is now, I do not know. If anyone were to find it, I can only hope that due to this report, it will be destroyed immediately. Luckily, I never saw the black thing myself. Who knows what horrendous things would now gaze at me from inside the mirrors. I am afraid, even now, of seeing this sacrilegious, gruesome face from another world in a reflection one day, and of it taking me, and never again did I sleep in peace. In the dark, I remember its nasty voice. Sometimes I imagine hearing it right beside me, feeling another being in my bed.
Doctor, I think you also might be able to see it now. I think you also might be able to see it.
Yeah, so that was it. Yeah, and how did I get the idea, you might ask? That was a nightmare I had, the last part. I dreamt that I was a psychiatrist and there was this girl, and I went there and she fell on me. That was very horrible, I can guarantee you that. Yeah. Yeah, so that's where horror comes from sometimes, from the dreams of mad people. Yeah, Elementary, let me know if you finish something. I'm gladly gonna read it. That sounds awesome. Yeah, so that was the... Yeah, I don't like horror movies. And I don't know. I don't like jump scares. That's why I like horror stories more than horror movies, because in a horror story you can't do a jump scare. It's exactly the opposite. Like, you have to build it up. Scariest story I have ever read was A Whisperer in Darkness, probably from H.P. Lovecraft. That was one I had nightmares about. I think that's the only story I ever had nightmares about. Because that was really bad. Really bad. And that was set up so well as well. Yeah. So, anyway, so if you enjoy this story, like, there are a lot of others here. And they're, as I said, they're all connected. So if you want to know more about the strange silhouette, you might check out others here. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Jump scares from a book. That sounds very cool, very cool. That sounds very cool. Yeah, this one, The Encounter in Siberia, was, by the way, the first one. Oh, I don't think you see it here. I'm not gonna play it. But this was the first one he read. So I posted stories on Reddit, and he wrote to me, "Hey man, can I read your story?" Yeah, and then the narrator, he's so good. And I have stories that are hard to read because there are multiple people, and there are women and men, and they're scared and they're angry, and he does a perfect job at that. Perfect job. Like if you want to, which one is it? This one. So this is one of my best stories. It came from the mines. It came from the mines. There is
In the winter of 1979.
So yeah. So this one, I mean, it's 1 hour 12. It's one of my longest ones. It's about a Russian town in Soviet Russia where stuff happens. And as it's a bigger story, you know, it has several acts. With several, so I had an idea and I tried several things with the idea, and there are many people in this story, and he reads every single one of them to perfection. It's incredible. Yeah, okay, yeah. If you read a book, adult horror book with 14, yeah, that can happen, I guess. Yeah, I read Whisper when I was, I think, 16 or so. Yeah. Because we were not allowed to get horror books back in my day. Yeah, so yeah, that was fun. So you might check out the others if you want to, but yeah. But let's go back to.
I can no longer cope with this horror that
Oops.
weighs on my mind.
Yeah, I know. Okay. What is this? Oh, there's my live stream. Great stuff. But let's go back in time. What can we do now? So I don't know. I think Dune came next. I think. Yeah, Dune. Dune came next. I think that was when I first really got subscribers. Yeah, you have to set them up properly. That's right. Yeah. 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 So I reacted to the Dune trailer. I had no clue what Dune was. Yeah. By the way, Viva la Dirtly. I found them 2 days ago, and I'm binging them currently. They're so good. I love them. So good. It's so funny. Love them. So if you haven't checked them out, check them out as well. So shoutouts to them. They're doing such a good job. Yeah, like from Dune, I got I think I got 50 or 70 subs from that. That was a lot. And that started my channel, I think, really started it. Because as you can see, like I had, where were we here? Multi-scared episode 80. So I did this for 80 episodes with 11 views per video. So no one cared, but I didn't care. I just wanted to have some fun with horror. And then the Dune people came. It was very cool. And then yeah, I didn't know about it. No, I didn't know about it. Didn't know about it. I knew. So what I knew was it existed. I mean, I knew the name. I remember some TV spots from back when, I don't know. I don't know when it was. The one with Patrick Stewart als German coming through as Gurney, I think he's playing Gurney, and I knew Dune was a sci-fi music and a movie. I knew there were worms in it, and that's all I knew. And yeah, I actually really liked the new movie. I really did enjoy it because it was pretty close to the books, and that's more than other productions can say nowadays. So yeah. Yeah, that was, and I read. So I'm currently on. I'm currently reading, and it's mirrored because I mirror my stuff, and it's. Oh, there's green in the book apparently. So I'm currently reading God Emperor. Really enjoying it. God Emperor is really cool. I didn't like Children that much though. Children was a bit you're making stuff up now. But God Emperor was very, very cool. Loved that. I think I'm about 100 pages in. Yeah. Yeah, I did some Let's Plays. I did a Let's Play of this weird shop where there was an Unreal Ghost thing inside. I started playing Amnesia. I don't know why I never finished it. I really don't know. It was like... Don't know. It was cool. I might finish it because now I connected my PlayStation to the streaming account stuff. Yeah, God Emperor is it's like, yeah. You mean the Leto turning stuff? Or what do you mean? Or okay, so something that's probably coming out. Yeah, I love the book. A God Emperor feels like a thought-through story. With children, I had the feeling that they retcon stuff from the previous 2 books, and that was something I didn't like. I liked many parts of the book, but that particular part where I thought, yeah, this is like going against what was before. That was a bit. I didn't really like that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I will perhaps I will play Amnesia sometimes in the weekend during live streams again. As I said, I set it up for PlayStation now, so I can do live streams with my PlayStation. I might do that sometimes, but yeah. Then I reacted to the new Bleach chapter, which, oh yeah, you see me here. I'm just gonna do this quickly. You see me here without my bow tie again because I was so excited. Like I saw it was out, I just immediately went to my to my place here and just started recording. I didn't care because I love Bleach so freaking much. It's such a great thing, and yeah, that's so good. And I just see that our Let's Read Tower of God video has 3,500 views, and it was yesterday. And it was so funny because yesterday we were like 12 people. What happened, guys? You're so awesome. So awesome. What happened? Yeah, but yeah, I just read the Bleach thing. It took an hour, but I love Bleach to death. It's so good. So good. Such a good story. And now I'm back. Okay. Yeah, so then I did a review on Dune. Oh yeah, I had a blind reaction to Sicario, but back then I could not edit reactions because they were always blocked, deservedly. So because I didn't know how to do it to not break copyright law, and I never want to break copyright law because that sucks, and it's in place for a reason. But yeah, so I do yeah, it's getting late. I'm speaking German, so I always try to do very small snippets of the movie. And if you know the movie, you know what I'm watching currently, and then I see me just reacting. I think that's a fine way, and it worked for Tower of God. It worked for Wheel of Time. I think it's a great way of doing it. Yeah, I watched Foundation. That was fun to watch, but it got very draining in the end because of the main character. The main character in the Foundation series, such a Mary Sue. Jesus Christ, it's so annoying. There's this great part with 2 emperors, great sci-fi stuff, marvelous stuff, and then there's this stupid main character that does very badly written plot stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, then I got 250 subs. Oh, he comes from your hometown. That's cool. Yeah, he's a cool director. I still have to watch the Blade Runner things. Perhaps when I've got some vacation down the line. I might have some vacation in 2 or 3 weeks. I might watch Blade Runner and Blade Runner, the new one. Yeah, and Denis Villeneuve, very great. Yeah, I just hope that the Tower of God stuff's not getting striked. I don't know. I mean, I've seen many, like I looked at reactions after I put mine out of the first episode, so they were like mine, and I really, really try my best to not like break that, because, you know, And that's also why I do so much discussion, you know, again, because I want to bring something of my own to the table, of the things I watch, and, you know. Yeah, I don't like Mary Sue characters. Yeah, that's why I don't like Rey. I don't know. I don't like Rey in the new Star Wars. I like Daisy Ridley. I think she was a bit, screwed over. But unfortunate stuff happens, you know, but I don't know. Oh yeah, oh god, I'm just seeing it. Look at what I reacted to. Dune 1984. If you want to see me rage, you can watch that video. I got so mad during it once. I can't show it because I think it's still copyright in parts, but there was this part where I really got very, very, very angry. It was so stupid. And then we were already at black holes. Yeah, that one I watched because a friend of mine from work said, "Yeah, you know what? I don't like. I'm afraid of horror stuff. I don't like watching that. Could you not like react to science stuff?" And then I reacted to that video, and he sent it to me, and people apparently liked it. So it is 4,700 clicks, that's a lot. That really is a lot. That's astoundingly a lot. Yeah, oh my god, the body shield system of Dune. Though they hand painted it, I think. I watched the behind the scenes. They hand painted it. And the thing is, David Lynch, you know, the director, he's one of my favorite directors of all time. And that what happened there, I know there was a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes, you know. They effed him over pretty badly, but you know, it's nonetheless, the movie is pretty terrible from start to finish, I think. And I'm very sad because, like, Mulholland Drive, that is a movie. Wow, what a great! It's one of my top 10 movies, Mulholland Drive. Yeah, it was such a great thing. But this one, yeah, the Harkonnen, Jesus Christ, what they did with them, unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah, this one as well. So this video is very long. Yeah, they did what they could. Yeah, and then the parting Guild Navigator and stuff. No. Yeah, this one was like, I don't know how long the original video is. I think it's like 10 minutes, and I did an hour of talking. People always said, "Why do you talk so much?" And I always said, "Yeah, if you don't want me talking, then just watch the original." I don't know, you know. Yeah. Oh god. Oh yeah, there I cosplayed as Agent Smith, but I forgot my glasses. Do you want me to see me cosplay as Agent Smith without glasses? Let's see. Hello there, great person. Welcome back. We missed you. Place? Yeah, I decorated because... Yeah, okay. So that was my Agent Smith impression. I love Agent Smith, one of my favorite characters. The movie was so shit. The new Matrix movie. I liked some ideas, but in general it was shit. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, there's Muldoon stuff. Muldoon stuff, stellar engines, Muldoon stuff. Electrons do not spin. Yeah, they don't, by the way. They do not spin. This is weird stuff again. Oh yeah, and there I started. Yeah. By the way, when I was it's terrible. But I think it was a bit weird. So last week of school or whatever it was, or one of the last weeks before we had the exams, you know, the high school, I don't know what it's called, the equivalent in England or US, you know, the last exam you have to take in school before you know, that qualifies you for university. So before that, we had this week where we had every day was a day that had a different theme. One of the themes was heroes of my childhood, and we were supposed to ghost the hero of our childhood. And I went as Agent Smith. And it was so funny. It was so funny. I loved it. It's so funny. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, Foundation was quite fun. Oh, and yeah, there was the Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time teaser. Wheel of Time teaser. Great stuff. Wheel of Time is so good. I mean, I think Wheel of Time is like Tower of God in scale currently. You know, both of them I'm like, so I watched I watched the first season of Tower of God and I read the first book of Wheel of Time, and it's like it has a very, very similar feeling in complexity and in world design. There are many parallels. Love Wheel of Time. I also love the show quite a lot. I know there are many people that did not like the show, but I really enjoyed it. The books are by far better, but yeah, okay, that's expected. Oh, the Flash trailer, yeah. Oh, Jesus, what's gonna happen there? Who's gonna be the Flash now? Ooh, my Halloween live stream. That was fun. I am so looking forward to my Halloween live stream this year. Because Halloween, you can imagine, is my favorite holiday. And I will always do a live stream on Halloween, I decided. And last year I did one. There were 37 people there even. It was quite fun, and talk to some people was very cool. Very, very good. Very great. Yeah. I don't even remember. I think I played a game, watched some videos. I even wrote I wrote a very, very, very scary story of my horror stories, and it came out at the 29th, so day before, and I wanted to watch it with my viewers, but I don't know, I didn't get around to it. I might do it this year or so, I don't know. Perhaps I will watch more of my stuff live. I will check back with Vidith if it's okay for him, because obviously it's his content, so yeah. Yeah, so. Oh, and then we have my favorite Doctor Who series, Not. So if you want to see me really pissed, you can watch my Doctor Who reactions. I'm really mad there, because the writing is so atrocious. It's like a 5-year-old wrote it. Like a 5-year-old wrote it. It's terrible. And the acting is okay in parts, It's not like the actors are bad or anything. It's just like the writing is so horrible. So incredibly horrible. Yeah. Oh, look at that. And there's already my Wheel of Time reaction. That was so great. Yeah, if you are a Jehovah's Witness, you get a free pass. Yeah, but Halloween's so good. Love it. Love it to death. So good. Oh yeah. And this is my let's play of Jump Force. That was fun as well. I don't even know why I did it. Yeah, no, let's better not generate emotions. The last seasons of Doctor Who suck so bad. I'm sorry. And it's just the writing, though, I think. And the production quality is okay. The writing is just horrible. And Jodie Whittaker was done so dirty. So freaking dirty. And I'm so mad, because she could have probably done something great, but they directed her so miserably. They wrote her so atrociously immorally. So dumb. It's like I said, it's like a 5-year-old wrote it. It's so bad. It's Chris Chibnall. Every stupid episode was written by Chris Chibnall. Moron. Jesus Christ. Okay. Enough emotions for today. Yeah. I don't remember what I did here. Yeah, I basically... do you mean the Flash movie, Elementary? Or the Flash show? Because I've only watched the Flash show for 2 seasons, it was quite okay, but then, I forgot about it. Yeah, it's on them. I know it's on them. It's on them. I hope Russell T. Davies will make it right again. Yeah. 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 I would argue Peter Capaldi would have saved it. Happy Sugar Wife. I would argue Peter Capaldi would have saved it. Because that guy, he's the best actor I've ever seen. Really. I think he's the best actor I've ever seen. And that they fired him, I'm still mad that they fired that dude who gave his life for that role, and they fired him. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, I'm so mad at that. I'm so mad that they fired him. And he was so destroyed. They destroyed him for their stupid... And it was Chris Chibnall's, I want a woman as a doctor. Otherwise, I won't do it. And no one did it. So they took him, that idiot, and then they had to fire Peter Capaldi. I mean, I don't have anything against the woman doctor. You know, it's fine. I think Joe Martin, who played the fugitive doctor, she did a great job. She would have been a very good doctor as well. But that they fired Peter Capaldi, the best actor to ever have the role, and the best actor on the world probably, that's such a I don't know, such a crime. I'm still to this day mad at that. Yeah. Yeah, The Flash, I heard it gets bad. There's this channel, I don't know which channel it is. They do a review on, I don't know, it's like they recap a season in a video and they tell you how many times the Flash could have just like ran into the bad guy and won. And it got worse and worse and worse. I like DC though. I love DC. Though I'm a Snyderverse guy, so I was always a Snyder guy. I was very sad when all the backlash happened against Batman v Superman. I thought it was an okay movie, and the extended version, I loved it. And yeah, then when they put out Justice League, the Whedon cut, I was so mad. It was such a dumb movie. And the Snyder cut. Yeah, I know. Though, I think in the movies they had a chance. If they had done it like Zack Snyder wanted to do it in the movies, you know, he wanted to build everything towards a flashpoint. And he even cast Jeffrey Dean Morgan as Batman, so to speak, in the flashpoint. And it's clear. So I'm still that mad that they don't continue that. I don't know if they will. If they will, I will just be over the moon. But till now, it's not happening. I hope it will, but yeah. Yeah, I never really got into Marvel. As I said, I only watched the Iron Man 1. I liked it quite a lot, though. It happened, and I did not have that much time to go to the cinema when all of that came out. Oh no, wait, I watched Infinity War with a friend of mine. That was a brilliant movie. I had no idea what was going on, but I still liked it very much. Yeah, the DC animation stuff is so good. Like the Flashpoint, I liked the DC animation Flashpoint. That was my first comic animation movie, so to speak, I ever watched. Was so good. Was so good. And I showed it to my friends, so some friends of mine, they never like read comics and so on, but they are like into stories as well, like I am. And I showed them the DC animated Flashpoint movie, and they were like, "What? This is DC? It's so cool." I really like Batman vs Superman. I think it's a brilliant movie. The extended cut, the other one, I understand when people hate it. Though I don't think it has really plot holes. And I'm not sure if that's because I'm biased. I'm probably biased, I have to be honest there. But and I like to fan wank a lot, so I really like to do that. Yeah. But I think Batman vs Superman is, I like it. I really do. Yeah. Yeah, it's very dark, Flashpoint. It's so dark. But I love it. I haven't actually seen Marvel animations. I think I like DC more because it's scientifically a lot more accurate. Like Man of Steel is so surprisingly accurate. I love it. There's so much physics working, like the Phantom Zone black hole and stuff. It's so good. Yeah, Wonder Woman was like, but also when she killed like Mera, I think she killed Mera. Yeah, or when the Shazam kids died, that was so bad. Oh god. Yeah, animation stories are cool. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's really true. I don't remember why I downloaded this game. I think I downloaded it because it had Eisen on the cover. Any Bleach fans here? No, I've not read ReZero. No, I know it's supposed to be very good. I will probably do it down the line. Someone else recommended it already as well, and yeah, if I could, I would just all the day. I would all the day read stuff and react to stuff, But because I love stories so much, that's why my channel is called Stories with Style. But yeah. Yeah, ReZero. What is that about again? I might look into it because I've heard many not many but several people tell me that it's cool. I might check it out. Yeah. I will note it down. Wait a moment. I will note it down. So I will put it on my to-do list. I've got a to-do list for the channel. It's longer and longer and longer because I can't maximally do like an hour a day. Yeah, DBZ was my first great anime. I love it. Yeah, and like the first one was Dragon Ball for me, and then some other stuff came. But Bleach was the first one I read live. Horror isekai. That actually sounds very cool. Very cool. Oh no, I love Dragon Ball Z. I love it. It's so good. I love Dragon Ball a bit more though, the original. Because I read the manga when I was like 8, and our library got the manga, and we could like get them for a short amount of time. Was great stuff. It was my first manga. It was so good. Worst isekai possible. Interesting. Yeah. I love isekai, by the way. It's my favorite genre, one of my favorite genres. I'm actually preparing an isekai story, a very, very big one, like writing, but I will not do it this year or next year probably, because it's a very complex world and stuff, and I've been working on it for 10 years. But I will do an isekai story as well down the line. Yeah, Dragon Ball and physics don't make good friends. That's true. That's very true. But I can look like if there's magic magic that trumps physics, I'm okay with that. That's completely fine for me. Yeah. What was another good isekai I saw? There was one that was with. Oh my god, what was it? Was a very grim one, where there was this magic catastrophe and everyone was taken away mid-season, and he lost his father. No, his father lost him and his sister and his wife, and then he found his father again, and he was a drunk, and that was very great isekai anime. Had some fan service, if you know what I mean, but I'm it's okay. Yeah, it's true. It's new dimensions. Really, let me Let me see what I did here. I think I was very excited when I realized you could play Eisen. Because that's what I wanted, it's all I wanted. I'm not sure. Let me see. Ah, yeah, there it is. Gate, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that. I mean, I haven't seen it, but I know that in the end they go with tanks and stuff into a medieval world or whatever it was. So funny. Yeah. That time I got reincarnated as a slime is great as well. Love it. Loved that. Yeah. So let's just see my reaction to. So I bought the whole game to play Eisen. Let's just see what I did. And yeah. We could. And it's so funny. Wait a moment. So it's like I have to pick like 3 characters. Let me like move myself to the side again. So I had to pick 3 characters, and I scrolled down and I just missed Eisen at the first. So where is he? There he is. There. So we see Eisen right here. And I just miss him. So stupid. Let's see how I miss him. Yeah, see, we can play. Okay, let's play Rukia. And then I just he was even on screen. It's so stupid. Oh, Saint Seiya, I think. We could. Yeah, but I don't like Kaguya. No, I don't like Kaguya. Oh wow. Yeah, you know what. I'm sorry, Rukia. I didn't know we had imprisoned Eisen. Okay. We were playing imprisoned Eisen, whatever. Oh, it's 1000-Year Blood War Eisen, that would be so dope. He looks a bit like 1000-Year Blood War Eisen though. I mean, he's sitting in the chair, so. Oh yeah. You can't escape Kyukatsugetsu, you a-hole. I think I swear now a bit, so sorry for that. No, that our Bankai are broken in the future. No, what are you doing, Eisen? Okay, he already effed me up. Why am I Rukia now? Wow, Tsukishiro actually. Well, that was actually not that bad. Why are you blocking? Oh, what? I saw it. I've seen it. What? Right? Ah, yeah, I remember. No, F you. No, you piece of shit. I wanted to do it. I saw it. Did you see it? Okay, I can probably still do it. Bank. Hakka no Togame. F you. Am I now in Bankai form? Yeah, I'm gonna F you up. I hope I stay in this. No, I didn't stay in Bankai. Why did I not stay in Bankai? It was the saddest moment of the video. And what else do we have? San no Mai? No. Vegeta is cool though. I'm gonna escape from that. It was. Wow, he's quite quick. Did I? I think I played Eisen as well. I'm fine with that. Come on, you a-hole, come to me. I will end your life. Okay. What the frick was that? I'm glad that he... Kuroitsuki. This is actually a bit sad. And now I will do whatever he's got for... Oh, Goryu Temetsu? Is that Goryu Temetsu? Why did Vegeta just come in and do... Lol, I think I evaded it. You a-hole. I want to get you with Goyu Tenmetsu. Why is he not doing Goyu Tenmetsu? I still don't know why he didn't do the Goyu Tenmetsu. I think it's something with the bars. Yeah, Raiko, F you. Whatever. It's a fun game. Can't wait for the anime to return. Such a great story as well. It's so underrated. Bleach is so underrated. But I think that was it until today already. Oh yeah, I did The Witcher a bit. Yeah, I intimidated him. I did intimidate him a bit. It was a fun game. I had no idea what I was doing. I actually think you couldn't use Kyoka in that game. But it would have been too broken anyway, so yeah, that's really fine. Yeah. Yeah, so there we are. Now we are at today, like The Witcher and Tower of God. Yeah. So The Witcher, I started it on season 2, episode 2, but I somehow it's like it's over, you know, because they're training now and everything's gonna happen. I don't know. It's very hard for me to get myself to watch further because nothing really happened anymore. But I will finish it definitely though, yeah. And then we climbed the tower. And there it started. That was such a fun thing. So much fun to watch it. I think for 13 episodes, Tower of God was the best anime I've watched till now. I know there are many good 13 episode animes, but this was the best, I think, for me. And I couldn't believe how good it was, how well it was written, because that was really something. Because everything was really making sense, and someone told me I should pay attention to every detail. So the person who recommended it to me, it's a friend of mine. He said, yeah, you have to pay attention to every little detail, and I did, and that's why in the beginning, at least I think I did it for the first 11 episodes, I wrote down everything I could. And in the end, I had the feeling that, you know, it was not so much new stuff happening that I could like not keep track of it, but such a great anime. Such a great anime. This as well, this when she ignites it, so well done. So well done. Ooh, then I definitely have to watch ReZero. Ooh, and yeah, I started The Boys. I will finish that. I definitely will finish The Boys season 3. I've seen 1 or 2 memes already of the season, so I did get perhaps a bit spoiled, I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm gonna watch that as well. That was so fun. I loved that. I loved it from the first episode as well. The Boys is great show. Very great show. Oh. Yeah, and Ren, man. Ren is such a great thing because it's a horror character, as you might now guess. I love Ren so much. So good. Such a great character because he's such a douchebag. And he's also, the design is so eerie. It's so great to see him. I'm so sad he's gone, but yeah, I mean, look at the stupid eyes like in the Ram bodysuit. It's so good. Who was your favorite character from season 1 in Tower of God, by the way? And then I will tell you mine. Bam, yeah, I can see that, yeah. Yeah. And Happy Sugar Waifu, who's yours? Who's your favorite character of season 1 of Tower of God? I mean the anime, not the. I will probably have another one in the webtoon, I guess. Yeah, Kun. Yeah, Kun's really clever. I like that. I like when clever characters are clever because they're doing clever stuff and not because they're told to us to be clever, you know? Yeah. I don't know, with me, I probably would have said Bum as well. But yeah, I would have said Bum as well, but I think I will say Rachel. I think it's gonna be Rachel. Um, I don't like her, but she's written so incredibly well that I have to give it to Rachel. Though Bam is like almost as well written as Rachel. Yeah, Kun. Yeah, yeah, Kun really is a tsundere. That's true. But he's clever. That's so good. I like it. It's so it's so rare, really rare that you have characters that act clever, that are clever. You know, it's almost never have that. I don't know enough about Kun though, I feel, to really have him as my favorite. You know, I really like Kun, but I don't know his real motives. He just says the rule stuff. And perhaps there are other reasons as well, but currently it's just, yeah, I hate the rules. I don't want to be bound by rules. Yeah, Han Sung Yu is best villain, yeah. Though Ren is close second, I think. Ren is close second. I wouldn't even call Rachel a villain currently. She's just misguided and yeah. Yeah, Tsundere is quite a trope. I agree. I mean, I have not watched that many anime, but Tsundere is, yeah. It can get on your nerves. Where was the one? There was once this. It was an anime as well, but it was also was a manga. Manga. Yeah, it was a manga, and it was about a boy who was like from a crime boss and was like this love manga, and he was supposed to marry the daughter of this other crime boss, and she was so tsundere, it was not even funny anymore. And then there was this giant love harem that he had, and then they successively like got out of the game, so to speak, wanting to marry him, and in the end he ended up with the tsundere, of course. And what was the other one called? Onodera, I think, the normal one. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know more about Rachel than me, probably. Yeah, Nisekoi. Nisekoi, loved it. I read that from beginning to end, and I think I was, when it came out, it was like a guilty pleasure. I normally don't really read stuff like that, but it was, the characters were very lovely. Like, they had a very true and lovely core. I liked every character. There was no bad guy, so to speak. It was just genuine people trying to make sense of the world. That's why I love Nisekoi. And I remember the shitstorm that came when it ended because he chose the tsundere girl. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was one. Yeah. Oh yeah, then we have my book. I will continue that, by the way, but I will not release it regularly because I have to rewrite stuff because it's been a long time. Yeah, I know, that's how it begins. Kaguya Love is War. Kaguya Love is War. Sounds fun. Is that one that is that like a finished story, or is it ongoing? Ah, it's finished. That's good. That's more to my liking because I hate waiting for another chapter. That's why I never read One Piece, I think, because I know it's gonna end someday and then I will read it, but I don't like it anymore when stuff is ongoing. And like I like to have one or two things. Like I probably will have down the line Tower of God, I guess. Yeah, parodying rom-com, that's funny, yeah. I mean, I like light-hearted stuff, you know. It's like getting. There was this other one I liked. It was also it was like a comedy. It was a bit of a rom-com. Though also an isekai. It was like My New Life as a Villainess or something like that, where the main character is like reborn as the villain of the game, and he tries to not get killed or whatever. Yeah, I don't know if One Piece will never end. The guys at my workplace that read it say it's gonna end soon, but who knows? It's supposed to be a good story as well. I think I watched the anime when I was very small, like 200 episodes in or so. It came in German television and watched it a lot, but I don't remember a lot of that. I remember a sand guy with a hook and the fish guy. That's what I remember from One Piece. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't like if ongoing manga end, so to speak, or like fizzle out. I hate that. Yeah, everything got turned into an isekai. Yeah. Like, I read some stuff that, so there's this one, it's called Eat. It got dropped, I think, or whatever. It's not continued, unfortunately. That was a cool one. It was like a bit like a slime one, reincarnated as a slime, but like it's not an isekai. It's just I think is it an isekai? It might be an isekai. Oh, I'm a spider, so what? I watched that. That was cool. I loved that. I loved that spider. Yeah, and that was a Rick and Morty reference, but yeah. I love, so I'm a spider, so what? Yeah, a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, like I told him, yeah, there's this manga where there's this spider and someone's reincarnated as a spider, and he's like, yeah, I will buy the first volume, and he bought the first volume, and like a week later he came, yeah, I bought all volumes. Erasing of the Shield Hero I haven't seen as well. I know it's supposed to be good, and it has a queen bee in it, I heard, but I don't know why. I know there's a queen bee in there, so. Yeah. So I'm a spider, so what is brilliantly written. At least the things I've seen. I think I read the manga when it came out, and it had like 50 chapters, and I stopped because it was ongoing. And then when the anime came out, I watched it, and it was like further, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, but like I said, so there was stuff I like that faded away from my view. You know, it was Eat, it was D. Gray Man. What a great shonen. Loved D. Gray Man, but yeah, it faded out. What was the other one? Yeah, Berserk a bit. I hope they ended now, even though, yeah, Spider Riders. That sounds fun. Sounds a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah. So now we are at the present. We are with White Black. So if you want to read or listen to my fantasy novel read by myself, check that out. And yeah, Sandman's gonna come out. Yeah, if it's old, I probably don't know it. Oh, it's still ongoing. Okay. Yeah, my first isekai. What was my first one? It's probably Eat or Siren. Could you call Siren an isekai? Probably not. I think. Probably not. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Sandman. I'm gonna watch that. That sounds cool. My brother-in-law recommended it. This one as well I will watch, 1899. It's from the makers of Dark. It's a German TV show. I think if you have not seen Dark, you should watch Dark. That's one of the best shows ever made. Perhaps the best show ever made, in my mind. Yeah. And there we are today. Let's read Tower of God. And we did. And now we're back in the TARDIS. So, I mean, it fit that I used the TARDIS because we time traveled a bit today. Didn't even realize that made sense, so, but yeah, it does make sense. It does indeed make sense, yeah. Yeah, Dark. Dark is it's on Netflix. It has 3 seasons. It has been, so when they wrote it, it was like was from the first day. So from the first page to the last page, so the first page of season 1 and the last page of season 3, everything was written before they started shooting, and they completely planned everything out. And they were always gonna do 3 seasons, and that's what they said, and that's what they did, and they just did the 3 seasons, and it's almost, I think it is as close to a perfect TV show as it can get. It's a horror sci-fi show. Horror, sci-fi, mystery, very philosophical as well. Everything in the end made sense. It's very rewarding to watch, but you have to pay a lot of attention because there's so many details that they built in. It's incredible. Incredible show. And as I said, they now do another one. It's called 1899. And yeah, I can't wait for that one. Full-time Magister. I actually want to watch that. I have it here on my Crunchyroll because I thought perhaps I watch it. Yeah, I've recently seen that there are some Chinese anime out, and there might be. I watched one of those. But I forgot something with a demon lord or whatever. Was quite fun. Yeah. So I actually watched it in German. Yeah, so Dark, you can watch it. Dark is English subbed. The sub is okay. Because I know what they're talking about, so I watched the original. And it's fine. Most of the things you get. Some mistranslations, perhaps here or there. Don't know why they were. So I never understand that. So if you're a fan of something, why would you not, or like, why would you not let fans translate stuff? It's so stupid. Like, it's in Wheel of Time as well. So I'm reading the English version of Wheel of Time, and my friends are reading the German one, and we check back now and then how things are meant in German or in English. And the German version, so there are things they did that are so stupid. And I think to myself, why would you translate it like that? It makes no fucking sense. Yeah, the F-bomb. I can now do one more today. But yeah. Yeah, Dark is like very good. Like, give it 3 or 4 episodes, but you will get what it's about. So all 5 seasons of Full-Time Magister. I like a good soundtrack. Yeah, fans put more efforts. I don't know why though. I mean, why they don't do it? Because there are things where I say it's obvious. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, hi, Mike. Yeah. So you might check out the live stream down the line. I did a trip down memory lane, so if you want to see what I have done on my channel during the past 1.5 years, be free to check it out. But yeah, I hope you have a great time nonetheless, even though you won't be able to stay. But thanks for coming. Yeah. Yeah, expressions get lost in translation. I'm not so sure about that though, because if I translated stuff, they would not get lost. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure they would not get lost. So why do they get lost? I mean, and I'm not a native English speaker, you know that. What do I know about English? I mean, I've learned English, like speaking English. I've learned that through this channel. Before I started this channel, I was a very German speaker. I could not do the CH. Yeah, it was very terrible. Yeah, fan subs work a lot better. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's my point as a translator. You're even paid for that. You're not even paid badly, I guess. Like when we at university, we have like learning platforms for quantum physics, and we translate them, and we give that to an agency, and it costs. What do you think? Like what was it? 80 pages. What do you think 80 pages translating from German to English costs? Like, there are some technical terms, but they messed them up, by the way. I had to check them. But, so what do you think that costs? 80 pages. From a good agency. Good. Let's see your guesses. What that cost. $800. We have 800, ladies and gentlemen. We have 800. Is anyone bidding more? You should bid more. Oh, they were quick, by the way. That was okay. They were like 3 days. They took 3 days for 80 pages. Yeah, but I will now resolve the question or whatever you say. It was 2K. 2K. Was about 2K. And they made mistakes in technical terms. Like they effed up quantum entanglement, for example. Why did they do that? I have no clue. Yeah. That was something. Like, why do I have to backcheck that if I'm not the yeah, whatever. Though it was very important for my supervisor, and yeah, the learning platform's pretty cool. I mean, it was, to be fair, we did not have to pay it by ourselves. It was like tax money because we're a public university. So. Yeah, but jokes aside, it's I don't know. Like if you consider that like the horror story we listened to, that one I translated mainly with DeepL, and then I like ironed it out. But I think that was fine, and I don't think they do a much better job. Perhaps they do a better job, but if I would like go to the US or England, live there for some 3, 4, 5 years, would get to speak it, I could do that probably. I don't know though. Yeah, peer review can be a nightmare, yeah. Oh, I could tell you stories about peer review. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, that's so cool. My Japanese is very bad, but it's cool. It's very cool that you can translate that. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, when you pay 2K, it is supposed to be perfect. Definitely, it is supposed to be perfect. Yeah. I don't know. It's also like, yeah, reading papers for fun can be a lot of fun. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think publishing is sometimes quite hard if you go against the stream, so to speak. But if you do good work, they will still accept stuff. You know, if it's new. But in psychology, especially, I have the impression that really new ideas, they don't want them currently. Or if they want new ideas, they want them from old people. You know, that's, yeah. In physics education, it's better. Very, very open people, open-minded people. But what kind of papers do you read, elementary? Ah, I see. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, physics is, yeah, that's fun. Yeah, 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 yeah. The thing is that people have this view that science is neutral and that peer review is neutral, and no, it's not. It's either completely, no, that's gonna be unfair. No, it's okay. Like in physics education, peer review is pretty good. Like they are really as they should be, I think. But psychology, that's like I once sent in a paper to a psychology magazine, and they did like these what do you say, the answers, like they wrote reports on what they thought, and they were like, no, we don't want this and stuff. And the things they wrote, it was so clear that they did not read a single line really, so they didn't really pay attention to what was there. So it was a bit stupid, but fine. I got it published somewhere else in physics education then, but yeah, it's like you really, and a friend of mine tried it as well. Published section. What do you mean by published section? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's nothing neutral in the world. Nothing doesn't exist. Science is also not neutral, not in a single bit. Yeah, but to be fair, many people, like in physics, they try to get close. Like they try to get as close to neutrality as and objectivity as possible. Like it's always like people say science is objective. That's absolutely rubbish. But science is trying to be objective as best as you can and as best as everyone knows how to be. That's science. The like objectivity is like your utopia that you try to reach but never reached. You know what I mean? No. Oh. Do you mean peer review as for uncompleted stuff and review for published stuff, or? Yeah, justice as well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but justice is also like, there are so many people with so many opinions, and like, on average, half of the people want one thing and half of the people the other, like genetically based or like from their upbringing or whatever. I mean, that's quite an established fact, I think, that whatever you give in like as an opinion, there are like half the people that like and half that don't if it's political. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Peer review is the process where, so peer review is when you send the papers to a journal and they like write to experts in the field and say, yeah, look at this, is this okay, are there problems, would you recommend changes? And then they give you their opinion, and then either they say no, F off, or they say, yeah, we accept you, but you have to do this, and then you have to do changes, and that's peer review. Yeah. Yeah, like neutrality is something you can strive for. In many situations, this is probably sensible. Yes, need further study. That can be a good or a bad thing. It depends on, like, there are papers that say something and say, yeah, you have to, this opens up new avenues. So it's like a rich kind of need further study, or it's like, yeah, we didn't really find out anything, needs further study. The former is better, I think. But then again, why not? And that is also something, the failures are not published. So if you don't publish failures, you get the correct knowledge, and of course there's no correct one, but the accepted knowledge, you can get that. But you also might have the problem that you make the same mistake again because you didn't know it was already made, you know? That's yeah. So need further study is not that bad, I think. Yeah, but it doesn't need to be that way always. Like, I can give you an example. Let me see. Like, a friend of mine did some research, and he found something that was applicable to quantum physics learning. So he said, yeah, it's applicable there, but we don't know yet if it's like generally applicable in learning. So, and then he said, yeah, it needs further studies that it's applicable in learning, but you have a basis and the basis is solid, you know. I think that's a positive one. So if you say like, we want to find out how wormholes work, and yeah, we didn't find any, but it needs further studies, yeah. Yeah, but also, you probably mean hypothesis. Yeah, that's, theory is the one thing that's like the law of the law. Yeah, but I understand, yeah. Hypotheses are nice, yeah. But hypotheses might not be facts. But that's also a common misconception. Like, when people hear stuff like evolutionary theory, quantum theory, they think, yeah, it's just a theory. No. Theory in physics or in science means it is so good that it works in so many areas that we call it theory and not law. So it's above law. It's above the law. It's so good, yeah. Yeah, no worries. It's finicky stuff. It's like, science is not easy. I mean, I've been in science now for 5 years. I've had some funny things happen, and yeah. Yeah, let me actually put this away because I'm not listening to stuff anymore. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, but yeah, I need further studies, yeah. I think sometimes it's also very cool. What we also sometimes do, and I don't even know if that's okay, morally speaking. I mean, morally it's probably okay, but when you say like if you did a study and you do a follow-up study with another topic that's like linked or whatever, and in the first one you create a paper and you say in the end one could do this, which will be shown elsewhere, you know, and you say, yeah, we already did it. Yeah, I don't know when the next Einstein will come. Perhaps today, perhaps in 100 years, I don't know. He was a great guy. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think I will be the next Einstein, no. I mean, my supervisor's pretty clever, but yeah, I'm more. So if it comes to real hard physics, it's more like I'm more like a translator. So I'm not really. I'm more theoretical, and I'm more like I help my supervisor a bit, but he does most of the stuff, and we are like translators currently. And we found some pretty cool stuff by doing that, but we don't do anything new. So, yeah. I mean, I in learning psychology, I do a lot new stuff. So I might, people might know me from there one day. I don't think so though. Such a great, big area. Interesting, it's a language issue. That's so funny. Last second paradox, which one is that? Interesting with the language issue. That's interesting. Yeah. But I don't even know if it's a language issue, by the way. In Germany, it's the same. We have the word theory. The German word for theory is also used like in everyday life, like hypothesis would be used. It's the same in everyday life, but in science, it's different. So I think it's probably just like in Germany, it's. Oh, black holes and quantum gravity. Yeah, we are at that. We are at that, yeah. We are doing research there. Like we think about that. Like we could measuring in quantum physics and gravity are more similar than you would think, but yeah. Yeah, I know. It's in German as well. It's like hypothesis and theory are the same word in German, but only in layman's terms. It's weird. Hi, Hi, Cobby. Good to have you here. So we were today on, if you want to check out what we did today, we were on a journey in the TARDIS through my channel, and we looked at some very old stuff, and it was a bit cringe, but also a bit fun, I think. Yeah, so good to have you here, and thanks for the congrats. Yeah. Yeah, but by the way, so happy it's yeah, I don't know why it's that way, by the way. And that's also why so many people have problems with evolutionary theory, because from a layman's perspective, it's like the same as I would say the evolutionary hypothesis. You know what I mean? It's like such a weird thing, but that happens a lot. And actually in physics education, we try to yeah, the lady ghost was cringe. Was so cringe. No, guys, it was cringe. I didn't have a bow tie then. Oh, the one about black holes that can't absorb matter? I haven't seen that one. Yeah, it's very. Yeah, but that's so hard to do something there. it's one of the main things we try to do in physics education, because in Germany at least, and it's probably in other languages as well, it's very often that everyday terms are not what things are in like physics terms. Like, what do we have? What do we have? I cannot think really of English English words there, but in Germany we have a lot there, like force. Force is something we use in everyday life. So in Germany, force means the same as power. They are like the same word. So one word means both things. But in physics, it's like force. But so if you go to physics, the word means force. But if you go to normal life, it means power. So it's very stupid. So the German word is Kraft. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, use hypothesis. But if you watch my videos, I will also say theory in, like, if I talk about everyday stuff, so don't worry. I have it up all the time as well. Yeah, I know there are very large black holes, like Ton. Ton is very big. Ton's like a solar system. Pretty scary actually, but yeah, my supervisor always says, yeah, we are living on the black hole anyway, so what's the matter? Because of holographic theory, so yeah. But some cool stuff we found was that there is probably not, so the quantum physics interpretation of many worlds is probably very improbable. Probably very improbable to be one that is sufficiently working. That was quite cool. Yeah, so copy, I will probably not make Tower of God today anymore. I planned on doing it after the live stream, but I like went on longer than I thought. Oh no, 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 those are different ones. Like the whole universe is like the surface of a black hole. Probably. That's the current one of the current hypotheses. I almost made the mistake there, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, black holes are also, they are very scary, but they are also very very interesting, and I'm doing a lot of research currently into how people imagine them and where misconceptions are and how you learn about them and stuff. I do a lot of that, and it's very cool. I could do a little quiz, by the way. That would be fun. That would be fun. Let's have a little quiz here. Let me just find my paper. What is it called? It will be out in a month or so. Let me see. Let me see, actually. Where is it? Oh, paper, where are thou? Probably my download folder, one moment. Because it recently got accepted. But I don't remember where it was. Nope, that was not it. Was this it? Oh yeah, there it is. So yeah, I'm throwing you under the bus, but well, I will just catch up with chat for a moment. Wait a moment. Yeah, it would have a great curvature, but it's not like that because it's like and now it gets complicated because we are like in 3D space currently, but it's actually 2D. Everything we are is 2D because we're holograms. Like we're inside the like we're projected into the inside of the black hole somehow. I don't really understand that one. But that's what my supervisor says, and he's probably one of the best physicists of the world, so I have to, when I have a calm evening, like I will have a beer with him and he will explain it to me. Yeah, most people have pop culture ideas, and it's not the problem. It's absolutely no problem. Having a wrong or incorrect idea in science, no problem at all. Just understand what's wrong, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, but Stargate is very far off with their black holes, by the way. That's an absolutely rubbish. Yeah, there we have it. Okay, so let me see. There we are. Okay, so Naka? Okay. There it is. The beautiful, beautiful question. What is the correct picture like? If you have a black hole, like if you look at it from the front, like if you stare down into it, it's obviously this. Like, you see a circle. But what is if you like fly around? What do you see? Do you see this? Or do you see this? Or do you see this? Or is it like just a disk? What is it? What do you think? Let's type in the chat and let's see. And these are all things people told us. As students of university, by the way, so no shame in answering. Yeah, black holes and wormholes are the same. By the way, entanglement is probably wormholes as well. Just saying that. Yeah. Okay, so we have one with B. Yeah, it's in physics, it's the same thing. Okay, we have one B, one C. Is there... So who's missing? Happy Sugar Wife, C or D? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I will wait a moment. I will just nip a beer because I'm German. Don't drink. So C or D, Happy Sugar Waifu. What's it gonna be? C. Okay. So 1B, 2C. Yeah, most people, I think. Let me actually see first. So the correct answer is B. The correct answer is B, but you are not alone with C because most people, I think, said C actually. Students. So we asked students, and most of them said C. And let me actually see what it was. No, elementary gaming was right. It's B. No, elementary. I think you were right. Didn't you say B? It was B. It was a sphere. It's a black sphere. Let me see what the distribution was. I have it here. Let me quickly look into the blah 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 blah. So where is it? Okay, there it is. So, or is it there? Okay, so 20 out of 50 people thought it was a disk. 20 out of 50 people thought it was a disk. 3 out of 50 thought it was oval. And is the other things. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, what is a black hole is the question. So is it the singularity? So you know if it's just the event horizon. So what's the event horizon like in 3D? But you can't ask that to people because they wouldn't know what an event horizon is. That's the problem with research like this. You have to the question have to be so easy that people can understand them, but not so easy that they are getting very wrong. You know what I mean? It's very hard to formulate these questions. Yeah, so in one of the studies, so the pre-study, and when we just said to people, yeah, draw it without giving these. So three people thought it was ellipsoid, 13 sphere, 14 funnel and hole, and 20 a disk. Yeah. Yeah, well, let me put them on again. Wait a moment, so we can talk about them. Again, wait a moment. I will try to come on. Okay, so yeah, okay, so black hole is like a black sphere, and the sphere is just a visual sphere. It's just you see the place, so to speak, where light can't escape anymore, and inside the sphere you can't see anything. It's just a visual thing. The black hole itself, like the mass, is like inside the sphere, deep in the center of the sphere. And which already also quite fun. It is like if you go around the sphere, like if it would be a star and you go around it, it would be like 200 kilometers. But if it's a black hole, it would be the same distance. Like you start at the same distance from the center, and you go around. It's 200 kilometer or whatever. It's 100 or 20 or whatever. Space is like crammed. It's very cool. But it's a sphere. Yeah, it's a sphere. Yeah, most people say that the black hole is the event horizon plus the using singularity in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, and C is like there's no hole in space, and that's the Stargate one. In Stargate they have this there's this funnel where it just goes into it. So you have to imagine that there's you go here and then you fall in. That's not what it is. So it's like this. So if you watch the movie Interstellar, you see a real black hole. I can't show you because I tried last live stream and they banned me because I used Interstellar clips. Don't know, but yeah, that's how it is. So whatever direction you go toward the black hole, it's always a ball, such a sphere, so to speak. Yeah. No, Mars doesn't say C. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean you are right that if you take a slice, if you would go from here to here, and you would put your coordinate system here, and you would put on the y-axis the gravitational potential. The potential would be a hole like this, but it's just the potential. It's just a functional description. It's not a real hole. Like the hole that it's just a mathematical hole, so to speak. It's nothing real. And that's by the way, that's very common to. Oh, you don't see my mouse. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, you fall in here. Okay, so if you have Can I paint on my screen? Let me open Paint. Wait, I will open Paint. I will draw it. So where is no? Now I don't see my mouse here. Okay, like if this. Okay, there it is. Like if this is the black hole from just now, and you draw like an coordinate axis here. And then you would say, okay, what's the gravity here? Like you would put this graph here with, I don't know, force of gravity, I don't know. Then you would have something like this. But it's just the force, you know? The force is a whole, so to speak. Yeah, I mean it's what the word suggests as well, at the whole. But the whole is just an abstract concept. Black is like that's the mean thing. It's really black, if you can call it black, because it has no color. But it's not a whole. It's a whole in space-time, so to speak. And space-time is like this an abstract concept here. Yeah, I could try to do that. Yeah. But I think this shows it. I hope what I mean. You know that this is what it looks like, but if you look at the force or the gravitational, it's the gravity potential. So yeah, it's a bit. So the gravity potential is like this. Yeah, string theory is one of the things that tries to describe. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, there's my mouse. This point here. That's what string theory tries to describe. And they hope if they describe this with strings, they can, like, yeah, good one. Yeah, it's a string hypothesis as well. And that's also why I'm a bit mad about at string theorists, because they know that theory, what that means. You know, they know that, and they named it string theory, even though it's not proven. It's more a mathematical theory, yeah. In mathematics, it's a very valid theory, but in reality, it's not. It cannot be proven, I think. Or if it can, it has not been proven. So it's not like the other theories, like evolutionary theory. It just suggests that. Yeah. Yay! So where are we now? Oh, it's almost 2 a.m. Great. 2 a.m. in Germany. Yeah. I mean, there's so much money in string theory. If there was someone who said, nope, you made a mistake in line 5, it's all rubbish, then you know how much money would be wasted. Unbelievable how much money they would have wasted. That's why it's it's a very icky topic. So, you know, and if you are like a string theorist, and should it come out that you were wrong, everything you did in your life was wrong. So that's why. That can get ugly in science. That could get really ugly. And you will never hear anyone say it's disproven or whatever, probably, because it's too much money. Can't say it. It will just admit that they wasted trillions of dollars. Don't know. But it might be correct still, though. You know what I mean? It's not like it has not been disproved. But it's just a mathematical theory. It's a physics hypothesis. That's, I think, what it is. Yeah, it's something like that. You have to find an alternative dimension or whatever. I don't even know. Yeah, there is definitely value in learning something is not the case. I think so too. I think that's yeah. That is very important. Yeah, I said that earlier as well. It's like if you find out something's not the case, I think it's stupid that you cannot publish it most of the time. Like, if you can't publish your errors, how can people learn from them, you know? Yeah, money is a bad thing in science. I really don't like money in science. Yeah, the ghost Earth. If you find ghost Earth, you proved string theory. That would be fun though. Seeing a real ghost and not the one we saw in my first video. Don't know. Oh, now we're at 1024 subs. That was quick. Yeah, it should. It should. That's science. It's if you are like a believer in science, that's what you should do. If you are wrong, admit you're wrong. That's very, 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 very important. It's like you always have to keep that. You always have to keep that. Like when I wrote my PhD thesis and I did my my new modeling of learning processes, like I created a new model for learning from data and stuff. And to this day, I try to crash it down because I don't think you should like say, I discovered something, this is perfect, there are no flaws. There will be flaws. You just haven't found them always. So, and if someone points out your flaws, say thank you and don't say, no, you are wrong, I'm right, blah, blah, blah. You know? The opposition to string theory is loop quantum gravity, and that's probably, I think it's gonna be a mix. From what I know and from my research. I mean, we are just hypothesizing or translating theories, more like that. Yeah, you definitely need the money to test things, and it can be very good. Like the CERN, when they found Higgs, that was an event that was probably worth the money. But yeah. Yeah. And also a bit like it will make sure perhaps that at least a large amount of what is being researched is something that people would like to buy or would like to value in any way. You know what I mean? So if there is like a company and they say, here, I give you money, research this, of course you're going to be biased and you have to like give them what they want, so to speak, but you can still do good science still. And then you will have done something that probably many people will need. And if you just say, yeah, I've got this idea, just gonna do research on it, give me money, then the first question, and I do that with my students when they write their theses. I tell them, yeah, you have a research question, and and I always do this in my class with them. So I tell them, okay, perhaps you know this technique, you know. I say, okay, I'm gonna pretend I'm gonna be someone who will give you a grant if you tell me that your research question is somehow a useful one and valuable in any way. So let's pretend we go on an elevator, 40 seconds, you tell me why I should invest in your research question. And they have to argue for the research question. And then I tell them, yeah, that's how you should write it in your thesis. Otherwise, why would I care? Then I read it and I say, I don't give a rat's. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Yeah, the James Webb is very much worth it. Very much worth it, yeah. Why is James Webb phobic? I mean, I know everything is, but why is that phobic? God. Yeah. Though. Homophobic telescope. Yeah, I'm sure it's homophobic and yeah, whatever. I never understood why they have to bring that into science. Nothing to do with it. Whatever, other topic. Yeah, the James. Yeah, I know it's probably not a joke. Nowadays, that won't surprise me. I've seen things where I thought it can't be serious. Like, have you seen the law professor in the court? Jesus Christ, what the frick is going on in the world? Idiots. Why do they pay these people? Whatever. It is hilarious until they get the power to decide whether you switch it off or not. That's the problem. That's the problem. I mean, I find most of these things a bit hilarious, but not a lot because I know where it can lead. That's not good. Not good stuff. Not good stuff. But yeah, the James Webb also, like the pictures you see, that's not what you would see when you like go into a rocket, because they like shift the spectrum. Like they have, normally you see like wavelength of like what, 400 to 800 nanometers, and they have like the area of, I don't know, 10 times that to the one side, 10 times that to the other side, and they compress it down so you can see everything. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure she talked about biology. I think the senator talked about biology. I don't know what the frick she was talking about. A warp bubble. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. I think they're working on warp bubbles. I think they even are pretty quickly ironing out kinks with theoretical warp drives. Hypothetical warp drive. See, I do it all the time. Yeah, CERN was worth the money. James Webb, ITER as well. ITER is worth the money if they get it running. ITER is worth every fucking cent. I'm so mad that they don't pour more money into that. So stupid, it would solve everything. And they're almost there. I think they're perhaps a year away or what. I don't know. And I know they said it all the time, but they're very, very close. Very close. So yeah, ITER is... Yeah. Yeah, CERN is something. I was there once. It was so cool. Was there at a school trip. I mean, a colleague of mine works at CERN. So he's like, and I work over like 2 corners with CERN as well. But when I was in school, we had a school trip to CERN with my physics course. And we got shown around a bit. It was so cool. And yeah. Oh, did they find those particles? I don't know if they found them. I haven't seen new research from them that was like very new. They like proved a lot of stuff, which was cool. And I remember when I was at CERN, and that day they said, yeah, and there was this model they had on the wall, and then the teacher said, like, yeah, isn't that the hypothetical particle? And the guy said, no, we found that yesterday. It was so cool. It was one of the coolest things ever. Also, when they discovered the Higgs particle, the professor that held the lecture I was in, he's one like the co-director of CERN or whatever. Very high up there, and so we had 2 professors that taught the course, and yeah, Alcubierre, that's the one. That's probably gonna work. If something's gonna work, that's probably gonna work. They're ironing out the things, and they're trying to do it without exotic matter, I think. Yeah. But anyway, when we went in class, and so we had 2 professors, one professor that did like experimental physics, one that did theoretical physics. The theoretical one was obviously the CERN guy, and the experimental one, he held the lecture, and suddenly the other comes in and says, they found it, and then he put us on live stream with CERN. It was so cool. Higgs boson, or in the German word is Higgs boson, so it's from Peter Higgs. I think it's a German. I don't really know. Let me look it up. No, Peter, I don't want to butcher your ancestry. Oops, he's English. Whatever. Yeah, so he's called Peter Higgs. Yeah, the IQ Bear thing is very cool. Very cool stuff. Yeah, boson de X might be that it's the French one. I have to ask my French colleague. I don't know, because I don't speak French, unfortunately. I speak Latin. I mean, I don't speak Latin. I can translate a bit Latin. So in Germany, you can choose between French and Latin, and I wanted to puzzle some, and that's why I chose Latin. It was a lot of fun, though. I liked Latin. It was great thing. Yeah, Peter Higgs was born in Newcastle. Nice stuff. Yeah, they're, by the way, still trying to figure out how to explain it to laymen. It's so funny. It's so funny. I was once at the conference, like it's not a very big one. Like, okay, it was not really a conference, it was like a meeting. There were several physics education researchers, and they were all like talking about it. Why? Latin's cool. I like Latin, I love Latin. Errare humanum est. Ah, I see, yeah. Yeah. I have to look that up. I am not up to date on the IQBeer stuff. I think I am like, I know that half a year ago they solved something mathematically. I don't really think it's more, is it more complex than German? I think German is harder than Latin. I think German is a lot harder than Latin. Let me quickly look it up. I think, I don't know if it created negative matter. It seems more like it needs negative matter currently, but I think it does. They are working on that. Latin has 5 cases. German has four cases. But the 5th case in Latin is basically almost the same as its 3rd case. So it's about the same. In Latin, it's a bit more there are less like there are the endings of the words. That's what you have to understand. But there is a finite amount. Like there's what, I don't know how many you have to learn. Like perhaps 300 endings or whatever, and then you know like the ending to every word. There are one or two that are a bit differently, but it's not that much of vocabulary you need. And in German, there are so many weird special things. That's the problem in German. Very, very, very big problem in German. There are so many special cases. Like, if I had to learn German, I would probably like just jump out the window because it's very complicated. And I mean, I can't really tell because, you know, it's like my mother tongue, but yeah, Latin and French are sometimes connected, yeah. Yeah, and Latin is also verb oriented. Yeah, at least it's not that. Yeah, but I really like German. I think in German you can express a bit more. Like when I write my stories, sometimes there are problems in translation because I don't have the words. Yeah, I imagine German is very hard to study probably. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you probably get the basics pretty quickly, but the rest, I don't know. I think English sounds cooler as well. I don't know. Perhaps personal preference. Yeah, Japanese is very wow. Oh god. I think that's like ooh. I mean, I know anime Japanese a bit, you know, I understand some stuff. But Jesus Christ, I have no idea how to learn it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Translating is very hard. Um, Interesting. Afrikaans. Cool. That's cool. Yeah. I think the worst thing I ever, the worst problem with English to German translation, no, the other way around. German to English translation I ever had was in one of the stories where I wrote little girl, like the little girl talk in German, and I tried to translate it, and now in the English version it's like a young adult. She's talking like a young adult. She's like 8. It's so bad. They couldn't fix it. I didn't know. It was so stupid. Uh, Yeah, I don't know. They probably have different roots. African languages, I guess. Oh, I think elementary something got blocked there. Let me see. I don't know why it got blocked. Whatever. Um, yeah, it was golly. No, it wasn't even golly girl talk. It was just very like when you start developing language a bit more, like you don't really talk sophisticated, and now in English she talks like very sophisticated. because normally I write like very sophisticated characters. It's like a bit of Lovecraftian thing I do, because in Lovecraft they're always the clever people that get effed over by the Necronomicon or whatever. Yeah, I would like to know more about African languages as well. When I was in kindergarten, I don't know, I was 4 or so, and there were 2 lovely people from I don't know where they came from, which country in Africa, but they came and they taught us some words. They were like they live still in my village. They're very kind people, and that was so cool. And we had like this African week, and we learned stuff about their stories, and so I love that so much. One of my horror stories is taking place in Africa as well. So if you're interested. Actually, the German translations of Lovecraft are incredibly good. They are very well done. Very, very well done. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what it's cool that it's Afrikaans is Dutch derived. Oh, I think they even were from Namibia. Those 2 from my kindergarten. I think yeah. But I had also, there is one of my stories goes a bit into perhaps substance abuse. And they had a wonderful dream, and that dream, to translate that, was hell. Jesus, so many words were difficult to translate there. Yeah. Yeah, Germans can do that very well, actually. Some, yeah. Ah, because Dutch settled there. Yeah, that might be. Is there a good German? Most German like poems I like are a bit more sinister, so. Ah, I see, yeah, yeah. South Africa, Namibia, okay, yeah. No, not psychopsilin, but or was it? Might have been. I think it was, though. Yeah, yeah. I think I don't know if it's like it's a story where it's about a red flower, a story about a red flower. No, wait, I confused them. So the story that takes place in Africa is about the red flower, and the story where he uses the pills, it might be psychopsilin, perhaps it's. Yeah, the one story with the substance is about an artist who, like, he doesn't get anything sold, so he's very sad. He wants to be famous, so he goes like outside and takes some stuff to paint better pictures, and then he sees something. Something that she shouldn't have seen. Yeah. Yeah, but the African story, because I really like, I like the landscape. I find the people interesting, though I don't know a lot about them, but I know there are many cool traditions there and many cool myths, and I made my own myth, so.
I can no
Yeah. This one did not get famous after that. He got famous in life, which was worse. Which was a lot worse. It's one of my favorite stories. You know, I like most of my stories, but I think there are 3 or 4 I really, really do really love. Which is probably a bit, I don't know. You know, I don't really, yeah, whatever. It's just, it's, I like it when I like things I do. Sometimes it's like with my master's thesis, for example, I hated that one. If I look at it now, I would like say, oh God, guy, what did you do? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. It's the fastest way. Yeah, 18 paint's not that good. We could look into that one actually if you want to. Like we could listen to the first act of the Russian painter story. It's called "Never Paint the Russian Sky." If you want to. So to first to close this off because it's getting late, could listen to the first act. And then you can see how and you will perhaps see how difficult it was to translate this because the German one is a bit more refined. But yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't play any music here because I'm afraid of getting striked or whatever. Because this is YouTube, guys. You know, you know. Let me just put it up here. It's also the latest one. Let me see how many people have listened to it.
This report was posted on a paranormal.
Okay, yeah, it was. Yeah, thank you. But already 3,500 people watched it. Quite cool. So I will now present to you the start of the story Never Paint the Russian Skies. Which, okay, I will put myself here. Do you see me now? Across the, or below the canopy of whatever, I don't know what I'm talking about. No, better not. A recorder through this? Nope. I am the translator, though. I am the translator. But we will see. We will see. Yeah. Yeah. And so the original title of this one was not Never Paint the Russian Sky. I just did that because people apparently love Russian horror stories about Russia, which is a bit stupid because 10 of my 20 horror stories play in Russia. So whatever. But yeah, so the original title of this is The Hare, as in the bunny, that hare. So let's see what the hare is gonna do. And I might sip some beer whilst doing this, and I hope you don't mind. But let's just finish the evening with this. And yeah, if you wanna hear everything, just tell me then. But if you say it's okay, it's enough after like the first act, then we can just shut it off. It's okay. Just have some fun first with this one. And as I said, every Ebru report is somehow found somewhere. And let's see where this one was found. And I will go to the
forum in 20.
Like it was, yeah.
This report was posted on a paranormal forum in 2015.
Who am I? Once I would have immediately given you an answer, told you my name with greatest pride, hoping for it to be spread all around the world. Now, after the events that I got wrapped up in have turned to the worst, I am hoping for my name to never be spoken again. Writing these words is scary, and even now that all seems lost, I still, in part, refuse to fight my lust for fame. I am an artist. I have always been an artist, a painter, but in the past, people have never paid me any attention. My creations were laughed at, and my name always faded away in people's minds like a dying echo. I dreamt of glory, of recognition, of a purpose for my existence. Yet, I only painted pictures nobody wanted, pictures of landscapes and things no one cared about. My parents had died when I was still very young, and I am glad they did not have to witness my sad path through life. Some might disagree with me, and might try to explain that they are watching over me from the heavens, sitting next to the Lord and his angels. That everything would turn out well if only I showed faith and started living a pious life. Angels, the Lord. Oh, you clueless, blind fools. I am unspeakably glad to know that my parents lie buried deep down in the ground, rotting away. I am glad that they have not been taken to the hellish plains existing out there, pulling at our minds from time to time. I know you might think of me as just some madman, and yes, I have probably gone mad. After what I have lived through, after what I am about to experience, there will be no soul free of insanity. But it has not always been like this. Growing up in the poorer parts of Irkutsk, Russia, without much education, without friends, I still managed to always retain a clear mindset. I knew exactly what I wanted. I wanted to give my life to painting. I wanted to create worlds on canvas that could set me free from the meager alleyways of the old city, worlds that could give people hope in times of turmoil. That is why I started to learn the handling of brush and paint at a young age, trying to make my dream become reality. But I had to realize that people did not want colorful paintings, their minds having been poisoned by the ways of thought in that age. So, I made ends meet with small orders, portraits mainly, that I half-heartedly completed. Despite that, they seemed to be my best-selling goods. About 10 years have passed since someone carried the first paintings out of the small atelier in the narrow alleyway I lived in. People were already restless back then, and a fear of the future seemed to grow inside their hearts like premonitions. Did they dread a third world war? Or did they even feel that other, more ominous things had started moving whilst all eyes were looking west? Either way, I did not care. The past years felt hazy in retrospect. To me, it did not make a difference whether it rained or snowed, whether the sun shone brightly or the winds were wheezing. I just painted. Mountains, valleys, deserts, forests. I had almost never left my hometown, but read many books and magazines trying to grasp the beauty of the outside world. My pockets might have been empty, but my mind gave way to such great creativity that even I myself got scared at times. It all started about a month ago, when I set out on one of my few trips to the countryside, intending to capture the impressive splendor of nature on my canvas firsthand. Thereby, only armed with my easel and bare necessities, I set out to leave the miserable alleyways and streets and the miserable people behind, and ventured into nature. Not long after finding a spot on top of a sunny hill, I drove my easel into the ground. The sun started to go down after a while and began to color the sky in a burning red. The juicy green hills with their many trees reached as far as the eyes could see, gave me the feeling of standing amidst an oasis of blooming life. My brush slid over the canvas, top to bottom, left to right, all ways around, like a skater on ice. I immensely enjoyed painting this wonderful world of peace, not having to waste my time with those unpleasant people that sometimes appeared at my doorstep. The main part of the picture was already finished when night slowly fell, suddenly making green strings of light appear all over the sky. Those northern lights I saw were beautiful enough to make me throw away my unfinished painting. I quickly started a new one. With precise strokes of my brush, I bound the neon green, huge circles to my canvas. Perhaps the excitement clouded my senses, or perhaps I simply did not know back then. But it surely was unnatural to see northern lights so far away from polar regions and in such strange shapes. It almost felt as if the painting alone became my whole world, as if all the important things happened only there. I went on and on for a long time, only looking for a barn to sleep in very late at night. The next night I stood on the hilltop again, painting more and more of the countless lights that were becoming more distorted and brighter, pulsating, contrasted by the darkness of space, until my fingers got sore, and I sank down to the ground, exhausted. On the third night, I made the mistake that would, in the end, lead me into the peril I am currently in. The mistake that would rob me of the prospect of a quick death. The pills had probably not been clean and well too cheap. Getting them had not been the huge effort I had suspected in the beginning either. I therefore assumed that they would not have the desired effect. I had never taken drugs, not even a small sip of alcohol or a quick cigarette, but the pieces of modern art some colleagues created under the influence of intoxicating substances undeniably sold rather well. And there it was again, the lust for glory, for recognition, for admiration. The lust that finally made me go off the deep end. The pills tasted juicy and delicately dissolving on my tongue into powder, in the end disappearing. It did not take long for the substances to get into my bloodstream, making me drop into the green grass, my brush in one hand, a small, empty canvas in the other. My mind traveled towards the sky, towards the eternal expanses above. Slowly, a warmth ran through my veins, sharpening my senses and elating my thoughts. The vast northern lights pulsated in rhythm with my heartbeats. Their round shapes appeared to be the gateway to another world, unexplored parts of space, to moons and stars and quasars and planets. It felt like flying into the vastness of space, into ecstasy, feeling the touch of eternity, and for the first time in the last 10 years, I had forgotten all about my brush and my canvas as I vividly imagined traveling those colorful worlds by myself, knowing that I had to take in as many impressions as possible to enrich the rest of my mortal life. Should I share them with all the lifeless people? Should I really capture this beauty and carry it to those waiting for an age of death? They wouldn't care anyway, wouldn't care about how I felt and what I gazed at. Certainly, paints of this magnificence would end as miserably as my other works of splendid nature had before. But what if they didn't? If people realized the perfection of those worlds I saw in those moments, I would get rich, my name engraved into the annals of art's history next to famous people like Van Gogh and Picasso. Whilst floating farther and farther into the pure grandiosity of the starry skies, a faint thumping entered my thoughts. Like a festering ulcer, it tainted my experience, my revelation. The ground seemed to shake, and other lights appeared in front of me amongst the northern lights, flickering and bluish, white and cold. Or did I imagine things? Was there something slipping down to the earth from between the heavens? Did not a shade escape those alien flashes? No, I must have been mistaken. Not long till those irregularities disappeared and my thoughts were captured again by those green streaks, running through the night sky as long strings. Space was calling me again as those shining green colors seemed like the cradle of life itself, like a source of pure energy. The stars were glowing, quasars and nebulae
He's so
surrounding
good.
me. No thumping left anymore, only silence and security. I wished with all I had for those moments to never pass, so that I could be in a state of pure bliss until the end of my days, though that was not for me to have. I felt a presence, got up, whilst everything around me appeared to be spinning. And there it was, sitting on another hilltop, not 30 meters away. It was a hare. Or was I mistaken? The world seemed unreal. The skies were still rushing past my inner eye, and amidst the turmoil, a hare. Light brown pelt, protruding shaggy rabbit ears, somewhat rotten. The head straight up, inspecting its surroundings from almond-shaped eyes. Was that even a hare? It vanished and reappeared. For the small moment it was gone, my innards grew cold, and a deep primal fear of an immeasurable danger surged inside me. It disappeared as quickly as it had come. Peace returned, and there was just a hare, looking at the world, inspecting the world, as if it was looking for something beyond the hills. It disappeared for another time. The feeling inside me surged again. Wasn't some different being scurrying, writhing atop that hill, a vicious mass, a mucus body? Armored limbs, hairy claws, a swarm, a fluid, hands, feet, antennae, eyes and mouth, a gorging maw of scum. No, just a hare. A hare sitting beneath northern lights, the grass atop it shining like the stars I wanted to escape to. Was I getting blind, or did my eyes not want to grasp the thing being there? Was my mind protecting me? I grew cold again, and then I noticed the ground below my feet spinning, the sky distorting, time slowing down, and a being moving back on that hill. I had probably taken too many pills. Why did I imagine those things? It must have been the pills. Just a hare. The animal sat over there, looking around, its rabbit ears listening, its nose shaking, smelling, probing. I did not want to see it anymore. Looked back into the skies towards the Milky Way. 1,000 white dots forming ungraspable beauty. Shouldn't I paint those stars? Shouldn't I ignore the thing on the hilltop? I took my brush, wanted to capture those celestial bodies. But then, I felt it again. This presence, this disgusting presence. Was I imagining quacking, clicking sounds? No. I had to calm down. I had to go back to my stars. Yet, there it sat on that hill. Just a hare. Why? Why not paint it? It suddenly felt so logical, so clever. When the animal vanished again, it seemed like shapes of something horrible started to show. Did the pill's influence fade? Panic got hold of me, and my heart started hammering away. What if there was no hare? If not, do the drugs make me feel sick and afraid? If they protected me, made me not see it? I took the rest of the pills, and all got well again. The sky opened my mind, and the hare seemed majestic and noble. Why not paint it? Why not? Stars I could always see, but this beautiful animal, this chance encounter, this animal I could paint. A good idea. Perhaps I should. Perhaps I should. Get closer, to get more detail, to create a more vivid painting. It was just a hare, after all. A little bit fluffy, puffy, adorable. Harmless. Just one step. I had to capture its whole natural perfection. Slowly, I rose up, took a step forward. Another one, closing in. The animal did not move. It just sat there. When I took another step, the world started spinning again, and I fell. I did not feel hitting the ground. My hands dug deep into the grass, already being covered by thick morning dew. I was very close to the hair. Felt for my brush that had slipped from my fingers during the fall. Took the canvas that had gotten bent because I had landed on it. Then I painted. I painted the hair. It was so beautiful. Its brown pelt, its brown eyes,
Yeah, it
bold
does.
but watchful, covered in mucus. Its stubby nose, its maws, its rabbit ears, its fluffy paws and buds, its small tail, its tongues. So beautiful. I painted and painted, losing
It
myself in
does.
fantastic worlds,
Yeah.
capturing an
Poor
ungraspable
Dali.
perfection. The next morning, I awoke, perplexed. I must have traveled a bit in the night as I came to my senses beneath an old oak tree, the brush in my hand, the canvas nowhere to be seen. I had slept off my intoxication, and I had dreamt of the hair. My thoughts had created silly images. The hair had flown away, its rabbit ears flapping like wings, away through vanishing northern lights and into the depths of space. Naturally, I worried about my sanity, having never thought up such crap. I was a painter, but my paintings and visions have always been grounded, not this strange and crazy. I swore to never take those pills again. It took some time for me to regain my sense of direction, and I got aware of the fact that the hilltop was not far away from my current location. However, there wasn't a hilltop anymore. The landscape looked chipped away, an area of pure level resting in its place. What had happened over there? Did the locals plan on building a farm on that spot?
Are you
Or did the
sure?
landscape disappear
Are
during
you
last night's
sure?
events? Whilst I had been there. Where was my painting? I knew that I had to find it. Surely it would explain everything. It would show a hare looking at its surroundings. Just a hare. When I heard this scream, my blood froze in my veins.
sound
Inhumanly
effect.
high-pitched, drenched with terror, as if somebody's soul was being ripped away by the devil himself. I stumbled forward, circled the hill and its flattened top, and finally, I saw him. An old man, laughing maniacally, sounding almost like a goat. His wide eyes seemed dead. Saliva ran out of his open mouth. He was shaking, holding up a lighter he probably had used to light a cigarette. However, something different was burning at his feet. It was the canvas I had had with me in the past night. I had just painted a hare. Or hadn't I? "What did you see?" he cried in a hoarse voice. When my eyes met his, I saw a spark of clarity reappearing, a small flame of sanity. It felt as if every particle of that man held me responsible for all the evils in this world, and bottomless hate for me and my existence burned inside his gaze. He took up a rock whilst the remainder of the painting turned to ashes. Before I had the chance to act, the old man smashed the chunk into his face, again and again, until he collapsed, surrounded by a growing puddle of red liquid, whilst his mind faded away. I grabbed my things and hurried to get away from the hill and that corpse, its grotesque image tainting every future second of my life.
Yeah, that was part 1 of Never Paint the Russian Sky. Yeah, the scream was really cool. He started doing that though, I think recently. So in his older narrations, he doesn't do that. In one of mine, I sent him a sound file. There was a horror story of mine where I based it on the sound file I had, and he used that one. But yeah, I'm quite happy with the translation. But in German, it's a bit better. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Geiger. I love Geiger. Like I can't wait for Scorn. They're supposed to be very Geiger-esque. Yeah. You might wonder why he saw a hare. So when I wrote this story, I knew what it was gonna be about because it obviously was like in my universe. There's this lore stuff, and I know what the monster and stuff is. But the fun thing is I could choose what I wanted it to be here. And I asked my friend, hey, what do you want me to make scary? And she said, yeah, do a hair, I don't care. And now I used the hair for the thing that I wanted to make scary. Yeah. So the challenge was a bit make hairs scary. Yeah, the raven and the hair, that would be great. Yeah, scary hair. Yeah. It's was quite fun to do. Yeah, Scorn's supposed to be come out in December, I think, so let's keep our fingers pressed. Crossed, whatever. Yes. Though what was the turn off? Yeah, no, they didn't say I don't care. They just said hair. Hair is cute. Make a hair. I think hairs are cute. Make it so I don't find hairs cute anymore. That was like the thing. And so I took the hair, and yeah. But in Germany, to be fair, in German it doesn't rhyme. So in Germany you would say, ja, mal halt einen Hasen, ist mir doch egal. That's what you would say in German, so it doesn't rhyme. But that's not what they said, but yeah. I think it was my third horror story, this one. But it's I like doing the painter stuff. It was very fun. So, do you want to hear the rest, or do you want to make a cut? What do you think? Yeah, German fairy tales are up. No, yeah. Yeah, so the thing is, so it's like this. So my universe has like arcs, something like that. So Hebrew report 1 to 10 is an arc, or 0 to 9, and then 10 to 19 is an arc. And so like so a report 1 till 9 is like more contained, but everything is in the end also connected. So it's like so I wrote the first 10 are written. So the first arc is completely written, and the second arc 2 stories are still missing. And I'm rewriting stuff as well currently. So, and I don't release them in order. So I know every report, so to speak, from 1 to 20. I know them, what they're going to be about, at least roughly 2. But all the others are written, but I don't release them in order to like make the, because I think if you listen to them in order, it's easier to understand what's going on, and I don't want that. So yeah. Yeah, so I think 11 stories are translated to English. And yeah, there are, how many are with recurring monsters? Oh god, I don't even know that. Perhaps it's the devil. Who knows? We'll find out. I'll just play the rest and have some fun. We'll have some fun with this one. And I'll just write to Vidith and tell him that I did it so he knows. But yeah, he's such a great, like, he's a very nice, very kind guy. And that he reads this for free, like in this quality. I mean, you know, that's what a guy. So show him some love if you can. But yeah, it's. So let's continue. And let's see what the hare does and what he did see in the end. Perhaps we will find out.
I left the hill of horror as fast as I could. Not even an hour later, I already sat inside a tram, protected against the thunderstorm that had started bringing rain, though nothing shielded me against my own thoughts. I felt cold, but didn't know whether it was because of the wetness or the experiences I had had. The people around me seemed distant and alien, indifferent, incurious. Their whispers and murmurs faded away whilst I got lost in their terrible thoughts. The tram's floor was filthy, almost as filthy as my innermost being. What had happened? I could not comprehend anything anymore. What had happened on that hilltop? What did that man see on my canvas before it had turned to smoldering ashes? When would they find his corpse? Has anybody seen me near the hill? What if they found proof of me being there, leading them to suspect me of killing that innocent man? I could only hope for the rain to wash it all away, away from the face of the earth. When the tram had stopped near my house, and I finally ran through the heavenly floods towards my room, the presence of something foreign seemed to linger close by, tracking every single one of my steps. The walls of the building around me were crumbling and old and desperate, having gotten used to them long ago. There was also something new to them, something so abhorrently different that I sped up even more until I finally reached my own four walls, slowly calming down. I looked out the windows. Was the sky not seeming unnaturally brown, dark, even as lightning flashed across it? Was there not movement, things that should not have been there? A shape? No, I was still hallucinating. My drug trip simply hadn't ended yet. I had to be wrong. Perhaps I was even going insane. I finally stumbled into my room, dripping wet and more desperate than ever before. What was I supposed to do? What if the police found the corpse? If someone linked me to the dead body? If someone suspected me of murder? How could I possibly prove my innocence? And when would these illusions and this feeling of being lost fade away? Today, I know that nobody ever cared for the dead man. That he had been forgotten, not even a footnote in history. At this point, I wished for the same fate, for my name fading from people's minds, so that this... But it did not happen. The whole night, I was tormented by visions of horror, pictures of disgusting, distorted worlds and entities searching for me. After I woke up, I had the urge to paint, to get my mind off those thoughts and feelings, though I couldn't. My brush refused to dance across the canvas, refusing to bring my nightmares into this world. Then, I spotted them. 2 of the pills I had bought, left behind in case of an emergency, in case the other ones helped me paint more interesting works of art. And, in a way, they had succeeded. In a way, they had worked. It calmed me down, gave me peace, happiness, and satisfaction. They had protected me against the thing on the hilltop. They had given me comfort against the stars, between the strings of the Milky Way. Why not take another one? Maybe I will get better again. Perhaps I could even go to sleep without dreaming of the horrors from beyond. Leave it all behind. Why not? I struggled to get to the old, reeking sideboard standing in one of the corners of my room. Took a pill, put it in my mouth, whilst a low voice in the back of my head told me not to. Waiting. Everything got better again. the terror and the fear slowly fading away. What strange worries I had, worries that gradually dissipated. Everything was well. Time to sleep. Or should I paint? I was well again, after all. I did not have to paint those strange worlds I had seen, only plain landscapes. The brush slid across the canvas, and my mind got lost in divine ecstasy. Hours later, I got back to my senses. Splashes of paint all around me. The pill's effect had finally worn off. Where was the picture I had painted? What would it show? Something unnameable. Something that would drive everyone insane who looked at it. A splinter of hell tied to a canvas. Death. The end of all things. My eyes frantically darted around until I spotted it. A painting. It showed a landscape, graceful and full of beauty, yet also mysterious and enticing. The colors wove a wonderland so enchanting that I could not look away. How could I have managed to create something like this? Such perfection. For an eternity, I must have just stood there, my eyes fixated on the valley, the trees, the creeks. Someone knocked at the door.
Okay, that made me jump
Who
a
could
bit.
that be? Who would ever enter these alleyways voluntarily? Hesitatingly, I opened the door. There was a man in wealthy clothes, about 40 years of age and well-nourished. "I need a portrait, but cheap," he said, briskly. Yes, of course. Please excuse my irritation. Not many people come." I started, but he quickly cut me off. "Don't get any ideas. I will not stay for long in this rat hole. I was told that you can quickly paint a portrait for a good price. Shall we start immediately? I don't have a lot of time. He went silent. He noticed the painting. A fire started to glow in his eyes. What is that?" he asked in a dreamy voice. My newest work of art," I answered. "I want it." In a trance, he got closer to the painting, staring. "How much?" he purred. I don't know whether I want to sell it," I heard myself saying. The man turned around, seemed angry, almost hateful. Or was I imagining things?
Yeah, it will be perfectly
He
normal
named a
indeed.
price. I believed I had heard wrong. I asked him to repeat his offer. 5 minutes later, I was alone again, holding more money in my hands than I had cumulatively earned in my entire life. Next to me is an empty easel, the painting gone. I got a bad feeling. What had I done? Was the thing the man had bought really of this world? Of course, I still mistrusted the pills, but they had helped me to create something special twice now. Unique works of art. At least that is what I told myself back then. My eyes still looking at the money, trying to forget the images of the man that had passed judgment on himself in front of me not long ago. Using the money I had gotten for the painting, I soon was able to move to a new place in one of the more renowned districts. The work caused by the move managed to distract me from those dark and incoherent thoughts I had had since the night on the hilltop. I did not look at the sky anymore, fearing to spot some entity coming from the depths of space or someplace else. Indeed, I started to feel an otherworldly presence from time to time. The atelier I moved
Let's
into
see
was
if
much
you-
larger
if
than
you
my
see where it's
previous
going.
room, and I had some more space for new works of art. But the first
What do
thing
you
I
think?
painted dissatisfied
your-
me.
What's your hypothesis?
Nothing I created came close to what was probably hanging on the wall of the wealthy man by now. All art of mine that came to be felt soulless and wrong. The more I painted, the less I found inner peace. Memories of the landscape I had brought to canvas during my drug trip were mocking me. The room got more and more filled up with pictures of boredom, pictures of bleakness, pictures of unimportance. Hour after hour I moved my brush, but every time I reached for the true beauty of this world, I only managed to touch empty space. Soon I forgot to eat and drink and sleep. The situation could not stay like this. I had to produce something of meaning, but nothing worked. Only bleak landscapes languished on the walls. Then I got a visit.
Perhaps.
A beautiful lady and an elderly, smartly clothed gentleman stood at my doorstep, their eyes full of excitement and twinkling.
Excuse us, but are you the one who painted the landscape?
The woman managed to utter after some moments of silence. She did not have to describe the landscape in more detail. I knew which one she meant.
From the dealer
There
next
could
door,
only
so
be
to
one.
speak.
Hesitatingly, I nodded. Young man, my wife and I have spotted your fantastic work of art in my brother-in-law's living room. We were smitten by it immediately. Of course, he did not want to sell it to us, but after some work, he gave us your name. That made it quite easy to find you. Not many artists can afford such an atelier, after all. The man seemed excited, and his wife was already looking greedily around the room.
What are these pictures? I'm afraid I must tell you that those do not even come close to that landscape,
she said, sounding disappointed. Just a bit of practice. My real art's, of course, far more sophisticated than those things, I hurried to reply, turning slightly red. Yes, of course, but would it be possible to get one of those that my brother-in-law bought? I am paying well, better than my brother-in-law at least. The man promised. I'll see what I can do. Perhaps I will have been blessed by the muse until tonight. If that happens to be the case, I will immediately notify you. Just leave me your number. I am really hoping for that. Give me a painting of such incomparable beauty and virtue as the last one, and I promise you that I will spread your name across the land. His words were echoing back and forth inside of my head. Was this real? Had I finally gotten it right? When the couple had left, I did not know what to think. My name spread. I couldn't believe it. Had my dreams of glory gotten this close to being fulfilled? This had to be a miracle. But I couldn't paint. At least, not what they had asked of me. My pictures were without soul, unlike the other one. They were dead and dreary. What should I do? How? The pills. Yes, the pills. I needed more, many more. I needed to see. I needed to understand. Today, I wished that I had not gone to that lousy scoundrel the next day, that I hadn't bought more of those small pills, enabling me to continue my unimportant existence.
Scoundrel!
But that is not how it went.
That's where he got them.
The prospect of success and a life of fame had extinguished every rational thought. In the end, I stood in front of my easel, brush and paint close by, swallowing the little objects that quickly led me into ecstasy. And there they were. The trees and mountains, the creeks and forests and stones, the animals and plants from a perfect world, eternal and old. They gleamed and flashed in front of my eyes whilst my mind flew across distant skies. There were only those landscapes, no space above, no depths below. Just infinite pastures and valleys, cities and fortresses. The towers and merlons and gables of another world, long forgotten and not yet built. When I came to my senses again, I spotted it immediately. A painting, more perfect even than my other one. The flora and fauna I gazed at felt divine and pristine, like a slice of infinity itself. I had managed to do it again. They would fight over this work of art. I would get rich and famous. Every child would know of me.
Yeah, that's true.
No. Could I even sell it? This thing of beauty.
I wanted to make him a bit
Could I sell it to
snobby,
that man and that woman and never see
even
it
though
again?
he's poor in the beginning.
They would
But
probably want it for themselves.
artists, you know?
Just for themselves. What was I thinking? Nonsense. Why would they? I shook my head in confusion and dialed the number. The praise I was showered with by the couple was more than I had ever expected. Nervously, they had entered my room, the woman slightly shaking, the man sweating. They went past me into the atelier and froze in their tracks when they spotted the painting.
Oh, we will get to something like
It's-
that later, I think.
It's beautiful, the woman gasped. A dream come true, the man added. They got closer to the canvas, sneaking, stalking. I observed them from the doorway. The price. How
But
much do you
scoundrel
want?
might be a bad translation, though.
I
That might be
shrugged
one.
and
I'm not
told him
sure
what the
because
other man had
I'm
paid.
not good enough in English for that, you know? what I mean?
Disastrous. I will give you 3 times as much. No, 4 times. We must buy it. The two of them looked at me tensely, waiting for my answer. Should I sell it, though? It was so marvelous. What if I never managed to create something like that painting again? If this was the miracle of my art, and everything would be going downhill from now on. The pills. Yes, aided by the pills, I would surely conjure up more holiness. So, why not? It would not hurt anybody, would it? So, I sold it. The banknotes filled up my pockets. A nice weight. Back then, I was incredibly happy about the encounter of that hilltop. The encounter with the hair. In the evening, I took some more pills, let my brush dance, the colors pulsate, and splendor enter my world.
Yeah, in Germany
day,
it would not have
I
been
painted
that
2
pristine like
additional
this.
paintings.
It would have
The
been
day
that
after,
like
3 more. I took them to another
gangster,
room,
something like that,
hid
you know?
them in case someone would spot them from the street. After all, no one knows what scoundrels are living in those alleys. Then, the people came. Every day, some more. They had seen the paintings on the walls of the previous buyers, and a rumor started to spread. There supposedly was a painter in the center of
Yeah, there it
Irkutsk
sounded
who
good.
could bring the afterlife to this earth. A painter that had opened the gateways to being and grasped the perfection of this world. A rumor about me. In those days, it felt like everyone with money knew of me. And soon they came from other cities as well, from Moscow and Berlin and Warsaw. I did my best to keep up with their demands. Every time I got back to my senses, only to see another beauty on my easel, my heart jumped a little. I remember every painting I created and sold. All the landscapes and cities, the valleys and skies, the stars and the moons, the animals and plants, and all the rest. Every detail stayed with me, every stroke made. In those days, everything seemed like a miracle. I was lucky that everybody was satisfied with buying only one painting. They always wanted just one. Otherwise, I would have probably not managed to make enough. 52 paintings I created, every single one an image of perfection itself. The papers came by, and even people from TV stations, with their clunky cameras and all their modern equipment. They shot photographs and videos of my work, would probably spread them across the world, making me one of the most famous people alive. But then came the call that started to change everything. The call that set in motion the events that made me start to plan the terrible things I am about to do. The call came from the TV guys. "We looked at the video we made of your paintings," he started. A young man, probably around 20 years old. Yes, what about them? You suggested editing them together for a documentary, and then showered that across the country. Did you change your mind? Do you want to rob the world of this perfection? I asked, briskly. Of course not. I've personally seen them with my own eyes. But on the video, the paintings are just white. Nothing. Like interference, like a blind spot. As if the things they show cannot be captured by earthly means. The man reported. He was afraid. If you look at the videos, you get this feeling. At first it's just confusion. Understandable, because why shouldn't one be able to see them? But soon, as if you get blinds, as if there is something that we cannot detect with our equipment. I've seen the paintings, and I'm convinced that they are not of this world. and that they show something that doesn't belong here. He made me angry. What an idiot. And therefore, you bail on me? Because there are problems with the recording? Come on, just make new ones. I cursed at him. The moron tried to sabotage me, make people laugh at me. After so many had wanted one of my paintings. He was jealous of my success, was probably living in some rundown flat, feeding his bastards. I would not let him ruin everything.
There it was.
We won't be recording anything new about your art. Orders from my boss. And will not broadcast anything. Nothing. He says that something unnameable is captured on those pictures. Ghosts that hunger for our souls, waiting for us, waiting to be brought back from hell. Souls that don't rest and that have found new life in those colors. My boss made us burn all the recordings of the paintings we possessed. He's terribly afraid. We're all terribly afraid. What did you paint? What did you see? The man went silent. Let out a
Yeah,
moan,
he's so
and
on
hung up on
fire.
me
Such a great
without
guy.
uttering another word. I just stood there in shock, the phone still in hand. What did you see? That question scared me more than anything else. Beauty. Hadn't I seen beauty? Or had there been something else? Something more threatening? Something that
Space
used me?
Tune said,
Something that... I lost myself in thoughts and stared at the wall, deciding that it would be best to take a walk outside, to relax, and get my mind off those things. When I left my atelier,
Yeah,
I
Bastard
felt as
would
if
have been too
some
harsh
clear
at that
truth
place, though.
was hiding away from me. The streets were gray as usual, the people alien and distant. The sky covered in clouds made me wish to be in one of those other worlds, those worlds of perfection. What was I even still doing here? In this bleak city of mistrust and animosity, filled with seeping arrogance and pride, with hate. Did I not just spot something in the clouds? A shape, a distorted shape, twisting itself.
I will talk about that
No,
later,
impossible.
perhaps a bit.
Probably just
What
symptoms of
what
withdrawal.
I wanted there.
I had taken the last pill about a day ago, so this was only my body asking for its medicine, its daily dose of euphoria. Was someone following me? I turned around, looked down the street, saw cars, pedestrians, but nothing abnormal. But still. I accelerated my pace, through narrow alleys and past reeking flats. Wasn't someone there? Was it the hare? What if the animal, came to get me? If its maws consumed me? I had to make haste, started running, fleeting, past frowning people, away from their piercing stares. Was it close behind? Was it sliding across the pavements? I could have sworn that clicking and quacking made the cold air tremble. No, just a delusion, just the withdrawal. I was closing in on the park, where the treetops would protect me from the skies. Slowly, I calmed down. Then, the questions started to emerge from the depths of my mind. What has happened to me? Should I go see a doctor? But what would they think of me? The greatest artist of history, just a poor maniac. A lunatic one could not take seriously. His art was not that special if you examine it closely. Just some strokes with a brush. Everyone could have done what he did. No talent. The fraud should immediately be forgotten. I already heard them say, as I was cowering under a tree, sweaty and full of fear. Today, I hope for people to talk about me in that exact way, that they forgot. But back then, those thoughts were unthinkable, for a fever had taken my mind and threatened to drown it in madness. Loud rustling came from the leaves above me, distracting me. What could be there? I couldn't spot anything. No squirrel, no bird, yet...
I
what
made
if
him say
it
squirrel.
was the creature. The creature from the outside. The hare. I had to run, leave, get away. The rustling got even louder. Might it just be the wind? The wind blowing through the leaves? Just the wind? Nothing was visible, but I knew. Terror grabbed me and blurred my world as I was about to faint, but I kept fighting the dizziness, thought about a way out of this hell. There was but one. Maybe
Oh, yes,
I would have
it
taken
is.
my life in those moments,
Yeah.
had perished,
It
and made
is.
the paintings even more famous, more notorious. But that's not how it went. Are you that painter? The one that sold the picture to my husband? I suddenly heard a voice. It was a woman who had slowly walked towards my tree, looking at me in fear and disbelief.
It's my tree.
I must have looked like a pile of dung. What painting? I managed to ask. He gave it to me for my birthday. At first, I thought it was one of those boring portraits of himself. He often gifted me those before. But when I unwrapped it, my heart almost stopped because of all the joy flooding my mind. I remember the first one. Indeed, I answered quietly. How may I help you? Well, in the beginning, I was overwhelmed with pleasantness. I felt like I was on a trip when I set sight on that landscape. I made them put it on the wall above the fireplace, dreamy, and spent the next few days just looking at it. I got lost in that other world. My husband felt the same, but he was off to work for most of the time and did not have as many moments with the painting as I did. In the evening, we sat there many times, together, not saying a word, just staring at the canvas.
What an evening.
Such ecstatic beauty. Her eyes trailed off to the treetop we were sitting below. I carefully cleared my throat. Sorry, I'm just... Don't worry. I've seen many people react like this, myself included. But what happened afterwards? She looked at me, slightly confused. When I got up some days ago, I looked at the painting, just a short look. She stopped, started shaking. It seemed changed, alien and uncomfortable, even a little threatening. I cannot explain why, so I suspected that I was getting mad. The trees felt dead, despite their splendor. The mountains seemed tarnished and forgotten. The creeks filthy, despite their blue waters. It was the same painting, but changed. My husband hadn't noticed. He just gazed upon the landscape. But I could not. Not another second. It was wrong, corrupted. But that was not all. The next day, I spotted changes. The mountains had, without a doubt, lost their color, had gotten bleaker. The trees had started to lose their leaves, and in the streams, I could see small, dark shapes. But the most terrifying thing was a shadow above the horizon. Firstly, I thought that it was just a mote of dust that the cleaning lady had missed, but on the next day, it had grown larger, had gotten clearer, an entity closing in from the distance. I got terribly afraid, but my husband did not see. He still described all the magnificence of the painting as if nothing had changed, though in the night he started to flail around and screamed as if the devil himself was trying to get him. When I finally managed to wake him up, he did not remember anything. He said that he had dreamt of the picture and said that he had floated amongst the divine landscape. Yesterday, the spot, the shadow, it had grown again. I cannot find the words to describe it. A mass, perhaps an animal or a plant, or... And the landscape, I just can't. You must believe me. I'm the only one who sees it. The only one. Everybody thinks that I'm mad, but you must know what is happening. Where did you get those ideas?
What do you know about the spot of filth? You are the creator. It has to have come from you. What did you see?
The woman had turned pale. Her eyes were empty. Should I call a doctor?
It is there.
Could anyone help her?
Yeah,
Had she taken
thanks.
medicine as well? Things that broaden one's horizon. And yet, those words, so familiar, so precise. What if it was the hair, with its buds and its stumpy tail? What if it was closing in? If it came through the painting into this world? Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. My heart had started pounding during those thoughts, as if it had tried to warn me. If it was indeed I want to see it. Show me. I want to see the painting. Naturally, I had not forgotten a single detail. Every painting I had created floated past my inner eye, precious and divine. Nothing bad could be there, couldn't it? What horrid things could possibly live in such wonderlands?
Thank you. Yes, follow me. You will see it. You will spot that dot of crawling, flying calamity.
Not 10 minutes later, we sat inside a tram, traveling towards the painting. 3 mountains, vast and sublime, shining in turquoise colors, calming one's soul. Creeks carrying crystalline waters, glistening in the light of a warm sun. Densely wooded plains, juicy green and booming with life. Flora and fauna from a sweet dream. The painting was far greater than I remembered. It made the mind soar. Everything's all right. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Everything still looks like my memories, exactly as I've painted it. I was standing in an elegant room only lit by a brightly burning fireplace, the canvas hanging in front of me. The sun had already set, and the head of the house had shown me with enthusiasm and excitement to the living room and invited me to stay for dinner. You've changed my life, improved it. Who was I without the painting? A nobody, a small businessman. Oh, ignore my wife, please. She has her moments of instability and confusion. She brings other qualities into our marriage. Just enjoy the painting with me.
I couldn't help
He
myself
said,
with
with
that
stars
one.
of
I had
wonder
this
in his
typical
eyes.
Russian A-bag.
And
Rich man
this one
in
is
my
enough
mind.
for you. You don't want another one? This one is pure beauty, after all. I hesitantly asked. He frowned. No. Why? This perfection is all I need. It almost feels as if the painting was designed to be mine all along. With those words, he suddenly stormed out and didn't return. His wife had not dared to venture into the room holding my strange piece of art. Afraid and shivering, she had remained outside whilst I had taken my time to inspect my painting.
Don't worry, he'll
Are
get
you
his
sure that
his
there's
share.
nothing?
Don't worry.
I heard her whisper from beyond the door.
I would never
as
do
I
that
gave
with
her an
someone who doesn't get
all-clear
it for
signal.
that.
Everything's good. Only the landscape, I confirmed. The door opened. Like a cat, she entered the room. Slowly, her eyes filled with fear and skepticism. She looked at the painting. Her eyes grew large. She fell to her knees, her body trembling.
Don't you see it? The spot. The thing. The thing.
She fainted, accompanied by spasms shaking and contorting her body. They called a doctor, who could only diagnose a heavy shock. Her husband insisted on keeping his poor wife at home and asked me not to tell anyone of her fit. What is wrong with her? It is the embodiment of magnificence, he muttered and left to take care of her. I could not understand her harsh reaction either. I was as confused as she was. The juicy pastures, the fields and woods, and at the horizon, I held my breath, blinked. What was that? Over there. Blurry, inconspicuous, growing. I jolted back from the painting in disbelief. For a moment, I thought that my mind was playing tricks on me, that there was no spot. From 1 second to the next, the painting changed. The whole world it depicted got distorted, unclear, and cold. Then I gazed upon other trees, other hills, and other skies. Or were they alive? Plants, creatures. My mind burned, and my surroundings started spinning. There it came, closing in, crawling, floating. The hair. As if the whole painting was just that despicable being, just a part of it, a part of that hair. I ran away, fled the building, just away from that building and the canvas inside. I did not care whether my host would be disappointed. Given the circumstances, he surely would understand. On the way home, something seemed to latch onto my trail, stalk my every step. I shut myself away in my atelier, hoping to fend it off with those meek walls, hoping that the lurking presence would leave me alone, but I knew that it was still coming, that it would never rest. But I was just an artist, a painter, only trying to bring beauty to people. No one would ever forget me, and my name would survive time. Holding on to these thoughts, I managed to sleep and to escape the paranoia that had gripped my heart. The next morning, I got a call from the police. A corpse had been found. A woman, quite wealthy. Her servants had given the protocol that I had been there on the day before, that I had been one of the last people that had seen her alive. Whether I knew something. They ordered me to the police station, and I told them what they needed to know. I was not told about the circumstances of the death, but it was in the papers some days later. A woman had fallen victim to her own delusions and burned a painting. Consumed by rage, her husband had struck her dead only moments later. My happiness. She had destroyed my happiness. She had destroyed my fulfillment. He supposedly roared in tears when they arrested him. When I put the newspaper away, I was just barely conscious. They had not written down my name. Nobody knew that it was my painting that had turned to ashes in those flames. I was somewhat relieved about that simple fact. I was glad that my name would not be spoken in the context of such negative events. After all, it should be spoken with admiration, with awe. In the dark, they came. Those noises, were they voices? Outside, in the depths of the night. Inhuman voices, consulting with each other, whispering. I could hear them in front of the window, feel their gazes resting on me. 3 days after the woman had done her deed, 3 days after horror and despair had gushed through my soul, an idea started growing deep inside my thoughts. A suspicion. The other paintings. What if they, too, if they showed those dim, alien, disgusting realms as well? Slowly, if it would come, leave the pictures, would a part of our world then become a part of it, be devoured by it, like that hilltop had been, that hilltop that now seems to never have existed? Perhaps I should get the other paintings back. But I would lose all my money, all of it, and my fame would perish, as creating new pictures under the influence of those pills was out of the question. Though, what would I pay if I didn't take them back? What would the price be for the glory I had experienced? What would the human race pay? No, I couldn't. I just couldn't let them be out there. The risk was too great. But who would part from their painting, considering the madness they all seemed to be possessed by? My thoughts trailed back to the poor man and his wife. No, nobody would return them. Ever. Except I could gather them all with a clever lie. An exhibition. I would organize an exhibition, a whole week exclusively for owners of my art. Who would object to the prospect of having such external splendor gathered in one room? Additionally, I might have been mistaken. My art might be harmless, after all. Back then, I persuaded myself that I was exaggerating everything, that I was about to get paranoid, that all the happenings of the last week had nothing to do with my art. And soon, I strangely forgot all doubts I had about the painting. Just 2 days passed, and I had them all gathered. No one seems to have any objections. On the contrary, they even sounded pleased. And yes, the idea of putting them into one single room, all those pictures, what a clever idea it had been. To dive into their beauty. All paintings had become set up inside one huge, pompous hall. Combined, they brought the heavens down to this world. Their magnificence, their perfection. I am lost for words when trying to describe them. But the feeling accompanying those worlds was of pure perfection, of eternal fortune. And all other guests that had come today in the evening seemed to feel the same, were in a similar rush. We celebrated the gallery of heavens, of divine presence on earth. After a while, the visitors left, one after the other. Some did not want to leave their paintings, had to be forcibly removed from the hall. But in the end, I was left alone with a world of splendor. I knew them all. I loved them all.
Yeah, but you were on
desired
point.
them all.
You were.
Wanted to be with them forever, never leave them alone again. I did not notice it immediately, but when I did, I could not unsee it. The spot. It was on every painting, tiny, but despite that, strangely clear, strangely growing. It came through the paintings. I had run out of the building and into the night. My thoughts cleared up in a way they never had since a long time, caused by a clarity that I had held on to until this moment. Outside, I could feel their presence, of other creatures that are watching me, that monitor my every move, that dissect me with their gazes. What the hell have I done? Why did I let it come this far? All those creations of doom gathered in one room. They would bring death, the last purge, the end of all. I had to get away, vanquish all of them. I had to steal them. I had to take them away and burn them. People would cope with their loss one day. This accursed lust for glory, for admiration. What did it get me? Money. A lot of money. Useless. Transient. When my bones have turned to dust, that will not be important in any way. I will have nothing left of it, not even an eternal, peaceful rest, for that too might be taken away by the things coming. A thought appeared in my mind back then. What would I see in those paintings? If I entered that horrid room, was it even safe in there anymore? Crept it, slid it across the ground already, that hair. Here and now, outside the world of colors and ideas. The pills. I put my hands into my pocket of my jacket. I always could rely on my supplies. I put only a tiny bit into my mouth, a little piece that turned the world around me bright. They looked wonderful. Every one of my paintings, genius, simply genius. Despite that, I had to take them, destroy them. Their beauty was not real, just a mask. Freeze. That had come from the night guard. Yes, it was the night guard. Clearly, such a wonderful uniform. Like the clothing of a king, shimmering in the light of the ceiling lamps. Oh, pardon me. I didn't know you were still here. They are all unbelievably
His
pretty.
spice was slow,
I really
yeah.
would like to know what inspired you. What inspired me? I wanted to answer, reply, distract him. The colors grew pale and moved away. Everything seemed contorted, and unreal when I spotted it. The hair. It sat behind the night guard, perchly with its gaze scanning the area. Just a hair. Seconds later, it left, returning to the painting together with the night guard, who sang a song of joy, screaming, screeching, writhing in pain. They were both gone soon. The paintings were still shining brightly, gracefully, and in peace. The small bit of the pill I had taken started to lose its effects. I was still seeing landscapes, but wasn't there. The night guard, distorted, his limbs twisted, his mouth open, screaming forever. His eyes wildly twitching, searching, as if he was trying to understand, as if he was trying to find a way out of hell. Alienness crept into the pictures. I got sick and fled into this room that gave me a way out into the garden through a back door. I think it is the curator's office. I considered fleeing, but I could not. I sat down in front of the computer. I had to get my tale out somehow. I am still here, typing these lines. I would have never imagined being cornered like this. All that is left is to finish my tale, so that you know everything. I want to warn everyone reading this, open their eyes. If there ever surfaces an artist again that creates things that are far too perfect for this world, for our species, things that lure us and invade the homes of men like parasites, be warned. Perhaps those paintings aren't of this world, after all. Nobody shall ever know my name. It is poison. It is disease. I want to be forgotten and lost in time. I wish that I was never born, that I had never existed. A bottle of rum, a handkerchief, a lighter. Good idea. They will burn, all 49 of them. These lines that are my life. Perhaps they survive. Perhaps they will be read. If I send them, if I post them, they will survive. Of course, there is no other way. Who might read them? A policeman, a student, a doctor. Who are you? I hope you never see those paintings. I understand. I grasp it now. This is my life's work. These lines, this warning, this story. Beware of... My thoughts start to grow silent. I think something just moved outside, in front of the window. The night is pitch black. I cannot see enough. What if something appeared beyond the glass? An otherworldly grimace, lurking eyes, drooling maws. Aren't there maws whispering words quietly? Esmond. No. Madness. Am I hearing strange sounds from the hallway? Are they finally closing in on me? Oh God, what have I done? What have I led to our world? I have to be quick. They will burn. It will burn. I pray that these lines will be read. I hope that you are reading them right now, and that my life was not lost in vain. Wish me luck. They will burn. It will burn. The hair. Just a hair. What did I see?
So, there we are. That's it for today. The hair is done as well. The hair must flow, not the spice. Hair must flow. That was a fun one. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the by the way, the bastard line that was like I wanted to show a bit that he's like really getting too high and like that he's like saying stuff like, yeah, he's just living a stupid little flat, and that's what he just did 2 seconds ago. Yeah, that was the intention with that one. Yeah. Yeah, the end there was a bit, there were some hints in the end as to what was happening a bit. Yeah. So this monster is in another story as well, so to speak. This monster, whatever, it's not a monster per se. But there's another story with that one. So, but the other story is a bit clearer on what it might be, perhaps, or how it works. But yeah, this is one of my favorites, I think, because I don't know, I like the artist's things with him, like trying to be famous and then in the end understanding that, yeah, better not be famous with that. At what price? Yeah. So, I think I will slowly stop the stream. Yeah, the poor hair, really. What did it do? It's just a hair. Just a hair. In Germany, it's even a bit more psycho, I think. You know, I read my stories in German once. It was like and I read them to my friends, and they were like, "Oh, this is pretty creepy." Yeah. So I hope I made the hair a bit scary. Yeah, you too. So all of you who are here, thanks for being here. So much fun, just having some fun today. And tomorrow we'll be back with I will be back with Wheel of Time. It will be I will like do the premiere thing again, so we might talk if you're there, and I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah, thanks. So I might listen to other stories of mine there if you're interested in that, because I think it's quite cool to talk about it a bit, because normally I don't talk about them because yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Because they are also a bit older, you know. I like this one I wrote when I was like 19 or so, and yeah. But it was cool sharing them with you, and yeah. As I said, I might do a fun stream again where we perhaps listen to this or where I play like a game or whatever. I don't know, because it was actually quite fun and very relaxing today, and yeah, I hope you have a very great day, evening, morning, whatever it is at your place. And yeah, see you soon. And yeah, have a good one. Bye, guys and girls.